T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO here, you're loud and clear, 5 bytes. How many? Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward link now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Words, weapons, sharpened knives, makes you wonder how the other half died. Other half died. Makes you wonder, wonder. But here come the man with a look in his eye. It's fed on nothing but full of pride. Look at him go, look at him kick. Makes you wonder how the other half live. Devil inside, the devil inside. spirits high. Future uncertain, but certainly slight. Look at the faces, listen to the bells. It's hard to believe we need a place called hell. Place called hell. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Ooh. A woman with a look in her eye. She's raised on a level with flesh on the mind. Words and weapons, sharpen the knives. Makes you wonder how the other half died. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, the devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Oh. The devil inside. Yeah, yeah. The devil inside. Yeah, yeah.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Hi-ho, the Derry-O, awaiting we shall go. That's really what we're doing right now. We're just kind of waiting. So it was really kind of crazy. The article that was written in Reddit that I showed you yesterday, apparently that guy must be putting out like dailies. And I saw the one that he put out yesterday that I shared with you guys, and then or the one from 2 days ago that I shared with you yesterday, and then he had another one yesterday. I read it, I was like, dang, this guy's seeing exactly everything the same that I see it. And I just want to read back to you the response that I had to his more current one. I'm not going to read you his current one, but give me 1 second here. Let me go to my stuff. Yesterday was weird. Very, very weird. But I think the big takeaway from, and this is what I wrote, the big takeaway from today should have been that oil, crypto, DXY, SPY, and the banks were all up. Usually a couple days before a rate hike, the market will price in a market move down so that it can move the opposite direction where everyone thinks it should go after a rate hike. That's what I think is happening right now. The market is pricing up for some bad news that's coming in the near future. That's what I think. I don't really see any way around it because there's everything was up. Everything was up yesterday. It was all going the same direction, and it just doesn't work like that. That's not how it works. It doesn't make sense. Something's wrong with that. When you see something inherently wrong, when you see something that's epically unusual, you try to find signs for like why it's happening, and when there's no signs that are showing you why it's happening, you got to call it what it is. Wrong. There's something wrong. There's something happening here. But let's take a look at it. I mean, let's look at SPY real quick here. I want to take you over SPY for a second. Let's go to the daily. 7 straight trading days of just nothingness right here, right? Then all of a sudden we get the break to the top side. There was additional volume compared to like the last 3 days of trading, and even 4 days. That's higher than last 4 days of trading. So it was on good volume. I think legitimately people were, not just people, but maybe even institutions were jumping back in here. They saw the break. They saw 7 days of flat trading, and then they saw a break to the top side on this. And I think there was legitimate buying going on. But it was everywhere. It wasn't just one sector or anything. It was, I mean, let's look at the 4,479 advancers to 1,684 decliners. That's cooking with bacon grease. We don't end days like this. That's how we start a day out. We start a day out cooking with bacon grease, and then it usually kind of levels out by the end of the day. We ended the day with 4,480 advancers for the day and 1,684 decliners. That's how we ended. That's not. I mean, that's a green day. That's green. You had to be working hard to not be winning yesterday. You had to be working hard. NASDAQ up 1.28, Dow Jones was up 1.24, S&P 500 was up 1.19. You had to be working hard to not be making money. Even AMC and Ape were green. You know what I'm saying? Like it was all green. Everything. Why? Why was everything green? The yields on the treasury bonds don't show any signs of getting better. There's still an inverse relationship to the say like the 1 year to the 10 year. The 1 year treasury note yields are much higher than the 10 years, which should be it's inverse. It shouldn't be that way. Should be the other way around. So there's no recovery going on there. And if anything, it's they're going up higher. I'm going to blind you here in 3, 2, 1. I wake up this morning. Fed said they weren't raising the rates anymore last time, and they raised it another 25 basis points. And then they said, okay, now we're done. We were done last time, but now we're done. And I wake up this morning and we're at 31.9% chance of having a 25 basis point hike again in 27 days, 6 hours, 41 minutes, and 39 seconds. This was like started out like a 7% chance. If they raise the rates, if the time between rate hikes was wait, hold on a second here. I think I actually have this still open. Hold on. Reopen, close tab. Oh, no, I don't have it open. Never mind. Oh. If the time was 31 days between, so the last one, data as of 18th of May. So let's see, the 18th of May. The next Fed meeting is going to be the 14th of June. No, that's data as of the 18th of May. When was this last changed? I don't remember when we had our last rate hike. I'll go look it up in a minute. Let's just assume 31 days. So June 14th is the next hike. It's not 31 days. It's more than that. Let's say that it was May 3rd. 6 weeks. That means we're about 2 weeks into this and we're 31.9%. In 4 more weeks, if we're 2 weeks into a rate hike, let's see, 15.95 per week, and we got 4 weeks left. That means that by the time the new rate hike gets here, we could be up to a 95.5% chance at having at this rate, at the rate that we're going right now, we could have a 95% chance at seeing a 25 more basis. So the done raising hikes has gone to a done raising hikes, and then it'll be a done raising hikes. Where does it end? I don't know. Debt ceilings more than likely going to get raised. Some people are saying they're just wanting to get rid of it altogether. I'll tell you what. I know hedge funds aren't liking what's going on right now. Seeing a bunch of green like this in the market is not going to make them happy. That's not how they're making their money. So if we're going to tear upwards, the more pressure that's going to put more and more pressure on hedge funds overall in the marketplace. But I don't expect this to last. I really don't. I think we may have 1 or 2 days here of positive momentum, and then I think we're going to see a shift. And I think that we're waiting on some kind of news. I think there's going to be some news that comes out here, and maybe the end of this week or going into next week, there's going to be some kind of news. That's what I'm saying. Because I see stinky fish or something. Something's going on here. And it doesn't smell right. Arthur says, was there any unusual options activity yesterday? I don't look weeks out in advance. There was definitely 12,500 contracts or more. I only pulled the data towards the end of the day. But they definitely bought some more of those $13 strike contracts on both the put and the call side, almost exactly the exact same amount. More implied volatility, trying to raise implied volatility to keep people out of the options. Looking at the next week after, I'm looking at it right now. Nothing crazy going on the next week. The $10 strikes that they've been buying has not been purchased yet for next week, but the options are pretty low. And the following week after that, options are really, really, really low. And that's typically when we see some of these big price raises when there's no options available to, well, I like to say to continue to keep doing what it is that they're doing. So I don't, the options expiring on June 2nd are minuscule in contrast to what we normally have. In fact, let me pull up the data on this. Options expiring for that week that are out of the money in total on calls and puts is just about 30,000 contracts. And you know I've always said anything less than 100,000 contracts is a good thing because it usually means that we're going up in price. It also happens to be the week leading into the end of the month where I already told you guys that we have a deadline for one of the indicators on that I typically look at. That's a very strong indicator that we should be seeing price moving up. On loan average age per day triggered. So, options for the market. Man, I don't know. I don't watch. I'm not usually watching them. I mean, I'll say this: the bond yields, the 1 month bond yields. When I talked about that, that was a pretty big deal. The unusual activity was there, and that's all leading up to the beginning of June. So there was a crazy spike on that. All right, I'm gonna clean my glasses. Take you guys over to the other page. Let's see it. Let me read through some of the rest of what you guys are saying here real quick. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Let's see here. Okay, I don't see anything else there. Good morning to all of you, by the way. It's good to see you. Take you guys to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's clean these glasses real quick here. We're just waiting, guys. It's a waiting game. I mean, it's always been a waiting game. It's not like it's changed. It's just that usually we get a little more activity, and it's a little more exciting to watch. But right now, it's a waiting game. It's the tough waiting game because watching it move very small amounts per day doesn't make things very exciting for us, and so our minds are like getting bored. We're like, we need some kind of like drama. Nah, we don't need no drama. It's just a waiting game. I got time. All right. I think the glasses are clean. Oh, yeah. Nice clean glasses. Okay. SC Formula, I saw what you're writing. 2 weeks right now. 2 weeks every day. Let's see what we got here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea, as you never know if something's going to happen to your primary. Also, take pictures of your portfolio or video footage, save it someplace special. We've already had 2 brokers over this last weekend that both Webull and Robinhood, who had some unusual activity on people's accounts, and I received one message personally from somebody, and then I saw a group message from another person where they were freaking out because they didn't have pictures taken of their portfolio, and they knew something changed, but they didn't know what, and because they didn't have a before and after. And so they're just relying on the broker to be honest and tell them what it is that they held. Don't do that. Don't trust your. I'm telling you guys, they're not on your side. If you think your broker's on your side, you're beyond mistaken. Doesn't matter who it is. They're not on your side. They're just holding your money, and your money makes them money. All right, starting on the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. The complete or the ending price on the day for AMC was at $5.10. Ape was at 1.61. The combined total is 671. The closest were Eric and Einstein with their price prediction of 513 to 813, but they did not make the number right on the dot. Everybody was within the price prediction tally point range, so I'm going to tally it up and give each person a point here. Looks like we're going into the end of the week here with a four-way tie like usual. And Apex. Short exempt volume. I think it was. I was looking a little bit at some of the numbers before I started the live stream, and I was like, oh look, short exempt volume is still up there a little bit, but it did go down on AMC. It was 136.7. And on Ape, oops, that is not what I want. I want Wednesday. Wednesday the 17th, not Tuesday the 16th. Let's see here. For Wednesday the 17th, Ape had 44.8 thousand shares of short exempt volume, much higher than what it was, but still not very much. It's not a whole lot. Day-over-day price increase 2.82% on AMC, and on Ape we had 1.26. Utilization, let's check that out. Still showing 100%. Let me just verify the date. The date shown is May 17th, so we have day number 87. 87, not a bad year. 87. 87 straight trading days of 100% utilization on Ape. On Ape it's 60.9, so it went back up again. Max Pain, probably still going to be right where it was at, $10. I don't expect it to change. Oh, whoa, big drop. $2, $8. It went down to there must have been enough option contracts created at below a $10 strike to cause that to move down. So it did move down to $8. And then that's surprising. I really didn't think there was that much options. Let me look up the options data again for yesterday. I mean, there's only 15,000 contracts. It must have been a lot of open interest that carried over yesterday. So a lot of the volume that we had on calls at a $5 and a $5.50 strike, and maybe even the $5 puts, may have gone over to the open interest side, and that may be causing that drop in the max pain there. That's really surprising. Interesting. Alrighty. Off exchange by this time of the day, or I mean, not by this time of the day. I would expect to see 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX by the end of the day. On AMC, we had 46.23%. EDGX was 13.35. The combined total was 59.58%, or 4.42% less than what it should have been. CHX volume was 0.59 by the end of the day, with a 30-day average of 3.18. That was a total of 82.6 thousand shares. That's actually really high, 82.6 thousand shares. compared to what we used to see back in the past, 4 months ago or more. So that's actually a decent sized number, but compared to what we've been seeing, it's kind of low. Been seeing more recently. On Ape, off exchange was 40.91. EDGX was 6.94. Combined total 47.85. That is 16.15% less than what I would expect to see by the end of the day. However, CHX volume was elevated, but there's so low volume that it's almost like it couldn't be elevated. If they were going to deliver the same amount of shares as they normally do, 7,000 shares ish, it's going to rate with volume being as low as it was yesterday. We ended up seeing 0.12% of our total volume going through CHX with a 30-day average of 0.09. So not a whole lot. I usually think that about 30,000 shares going through CHX on Ape is a significant number. On GME, CHX volume was 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.2, so nothing unusual going on there. Institutional ownership on AMC. Let me refresh this. Yesterday it was 139.086. We got a nice little boost up there. It is currently at 139.096, so no change. Taking a look at options. Ooh, did I log in? Yeah, I did log in. Okay. Options. Highest amount of short interest or open interest on calls yesterday was at a $13 strike with 85.2. That dropped dramatically. Okay, so this is what happened. This is why Max Payne dropped. There was 85.2 thousand contracts open at a $13 strike on calls. That dropped down to 67.3 thousand contracts, which is a pretty massive closing of positions there. So let me wipe that out. And the new highest amount of open interest is now at a $10 strike instead of 13. Hence the reason for the $8 move. We have 76.2 thousand contracts at 10. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike. And that is still the case. There was 91.5 thousand contracts yesterday. Today there's 91.1. There's a lot of puts down at a $3 strike. There's 72.3 thousand contracts. At a $2 strike, there's 44.2. At a $1 strike, there's 20.4 thousand contracts. A lot of contracts that are out of the money right now. But there's also a lot of contracts that are in the money on the put side, which I'll read off to you here in just a minute. But market is suggesting that AMC should see a closing price somewhere between 4 and 10 in open interest by the end of the week. Like I said before, I think it's going to be more around the 5 to 5.5. It might have risen a little bit to maybe $6 due to some of those positions closing out at 13. That's probably a little more closer to accurate. Take you guys over to the other page here. Give you a little mountain music, and while I move some screens around, I'll move some screams. And we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I'm actually going to pull over Sugar. I'm going to pull Sugar over here just real quickly, just to kind of take a look at it. Sugar is indeed dropping still after finding a high at around 26.59 yesterday. No, 2 days ago. And then it's trading now at around 25.63. I'm waiting to see sugar drop out. If sugar drops out on us and the SPY starts ripping upwards, I think that we could see the SPY come dropping back down shortly thereafter, as I think that's a pattern that has been seen from the past. I'm actually going to shrink this down just a tad bit here. Sugar honey honey. All right, let's talk about what happened yesterday. I didn't think I had my original box set up right here for the breakout, and I didn't think that we would see a breakout in this box. So I said, if we don't see larger volume and a move to the top side within this box, then there's a very strong chance that we're going to get a repeat of large amounts of consolidation with a drop, a shorter amount of time of consolidation, a drop, larger consolidation, drop, smaller consolidation, and I thought maybe we might see a little bit of a drop followed by a longer period of consolidation and then the breakout going into the secondary box. That didn't happen. We actually ended up getting that bump up and the move to the top side here a little bit, and we're getting ready to test this. I think this is 13 days now. Let me see here. I'm going to start counting from here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. We're on day 14 now. So we're on a 14-day wedge. The combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.71, and I think it's very, very strong possibility that we see the test to the top side here, and maybe even a possible breakout. Might be a little bit later than my box is showing, but not too much. I think my box ends at about 8:30 or market open time this morning. Actually, an hour before market open this morning is when I guess this box finishes. But yeah, I think we're getting really, really close to testing the top of this 13-day or 14-day wedge here and breaking to the top side. Seeing volume visibly becoming larger quantities of volume as we're getting to the end here is bullish. I want to see more volume into falling price, rising price. So when price started rising yesterday and we started seeing an uptick in volume, that's really good. I like that. That's not bad at all. We want to see a continued increase in volume as we're breaking out of this wedge here to the top side. I wouldn't expect this to break off the first test of resistance, descending level resistance right here. But if it's right at market open, it could. You know how much volatility we have at market open, which would be right around here. Utilization. There's your 100% for 87 straight trading days. On loan amount, I'm going to get my pen out, erase my board. On loan amount, day over day, increasing from 168.44 to 168.8. So we're looking at 0.36 or 360,000 new shares having been put on loan, purchased, utilized. Estimated short share interest of the free float, as a result, rose 0.02 from 25.05 to 25.07, which is not going to be very many shares. Of that 360,000 shares, Ortex has estimated about 103,000 of that was in new short interest. On loan average age per day, this is the one indicator that I really rely on quite a bit to kind of signal to me when we're going to see a price increase. Is currently, I'm going to zoom out just a hair here, is still on a decreasing trend right now. It went from 100.1 down to 96.85. Let me just check something real quick here. I think this is when it last flagged, was on May 3rd. And I mentioned to you guys that on May 3rd, there would likely be within 15 trading days of May 3rd, some kind of price increase, significant price increase. And it was actually happening on May 3rd. There was a pretty significant price increase happening same day that took us all the way from an open on that day of 541 to a top 2 days later of 611. I don't know. It's not usually the case where I see it happening the same day where the trigger shows up. I mean, we're still within the range. We still got another five trading days here before we might see another big price run incoming here. So I think it might actually be coming up. Whatever we're about to see happen is probably the case. But do notice that we've been on ever since the 5th of May. We've been on this trend down on the on loan average age per day. That's going to hit a bottom at some point. More than likely, that'll happen when we see this run up that we should be seeing from this indication at May 3rd. When we start seeing price running up, they're going to start borrowing a bunch of shares again. And when they stop borrowing shares and they start returning shares, that's when we're going to start seeing this on loan average age per day starting to shoot back up again, and that's going to tell us that our next big run, when that time frame we should be looking at. Security lending volume day over day slightly increasing from 20.66 to 21.29, and on Ape. Oh, I don't think I read this off. Our short share interest of the free float's at 25.07% on AMC. On Ape, short share interest of the free float's at 5.78, just slightly higher than what it was yesterday. Utilization increasing day over day from 58.96 to 60.09. On loan average age or on loan amount also increasing from 22.85 to 23.07. Let's see here. 0.2 or 200 and 227,000 shares. I can't math. 15, 20, 22. 220,000 shares. I don't know why I can't math this morning. 220,000 shares of new short interest. Let's see here. Can't math any morning. I don't know why. I don't know why I can't math. Taking a look at Ortex short share interest of the free float, they're estimating that did rise from 5.77 to 5.78. Small little increase there. On loan average age per day, slightly decreasing. Yeah, very slightly from 87.59 to 87.55. That has not found a bottom, but it does have 2 days of downwards momentum. Security lending volume decreased day over day from 2.14 million to 821,000 shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. These are only the last 4-minute orders for the day yesterday. They're not showing me the full day's worth, which means that we could see AMC, Ape, or GME on here because it was only the last minute closed positions. But they're not on here. Let me refresh this and see if it shows me the whole numbers. Wonder if it's because I waited so long to refresh it this morning. Yeah, they're still not showing them all. SSR triggers for AMC at $4.59 for the day today. Let me verify Apes real fast here. 1.449. Shares available to borrow, 0. The ETFs aren't even showing up right now. The last reported number available was 400,000 shares. So yesterday we had about 1.6 million shares in total borrowed. So far for the day today, only 400,000. Fees were last seen at 65.2%. We'll watch that. Here's what I was talking about earlier. You can see that the out of the money contracts that are for puts and calls going into next week are low. We've got about just a little over 70,000 contracts that are out of the money. Anything less than 100,000 contracts usually for me tells me that we're probably going to start seeing some kind of price movement because usually the market wants to try to make money. And so they have to move price in order to get people to jump into options. And then the following week after that, we've got approximately just a little over 30,000 contracts that are out of the money. And the following week after that, the first week of June, is incredibly low. There's 22,000 contracts, almost 23 out of the money. So we've got a really strong dead period right here, which I can almost guarantee you we're going to see some kind of price run in that time frame due to the fact that they're going to want to try and generate money. They meaning whoever's normally making money in options off of people who are making bad positions is looking to probably make some more money, and they're going to have to move price in order to do that. But currently, for the day today, we've got 330.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 40.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 300.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, and this is the in the money puts that are really high right now. 204.9 thousand contracts that are in the money on puts. Somebody's like, I know somebody out there. There's been a lot of people saying, "What about these puts that Antair is creating?" Yeah, they're making money. And when they close those out, that should be bullish. It's a bullish sign to see put positions being closed. Let's see here. VIX futures down 1.51%. Most of the markets are showing up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.25, 0.26. I feel like that's a little bit low compared to what VIX is showing, so I feel like that should be a little bit more green than it is. Banks. Big movers in the pre-market this morning. PacWest up 6.47. Western Alliance up 3.71. Other big movers, we've got that's it. Those are the big movers in the pre-market. Ethereum Classic is up 0.27. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently up 0.21 at 103.1. We did break 102.8, and then we broke the 103 basically 103. We broke both of those and are still showing signs of upwards momentum on the US dollar. I was reading an article last night that was talking about the US dollar in contrast to a couple of other currencies. And I feel like I want to kind of pull that up and look at it. But the US dollar is showing signs of strength over some other European currencies. Oil is not traded yet so far. Hold on a second. SPY is up 0.22. 22. Tesla is up in the pre-market 1.05. Amazon is up 0.74. Cinemark is up 4.06. Doge is down 0.53. Bitcoin is down 0.12 at 27.3K a coin. GME is at up 0.39. Pre-market HYMC we have down 2.61. NCMI is down 0.41. HUD is up 0.71. Ape is down 0.62, and AMC is up 0.2. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had approximately about $400,000 more outflow than inflow. Only 8,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. Pretty low volume this morning. Nothing unusual. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator. about ready to happen here, maybe within the next 4 hours. RSI is at 43.26, which is slightly below average. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 52.48, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.53, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.63, which is slightly below average. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately 250, is that right? 300. We'll just call it $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 843 shares traded on Ape this morning. We're not even at 1,000 shares traded. Let me just sit here and sip my cold coffee and ponder on that for a moment. 844 shares. Yeah, I don't. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. 844 shares. On a 4-hour chart, that was like my moment of silence for the volume. On the 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.56, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.03, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.42, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.61, which is average. Bunch of average numbers there on the RSI, which means it's cool and it's ready to move either direction. It's stable. 844 shares. We could probably go through this time and sales here and count up all yep, there they are right there. That they're all I don't even have to scroll. They're all on the page right here from 433 to current. There's your 400 or 844 shares all on one page right here. That's it. That's all of it. 25, 100, 25, 350, 1, 200, 1, 3, 18, 20, 100, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 6 plus the 8 and the 18 makes it 4. Yep. They're all right there. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto. On a 1-hour chart on the Ichimoto, we have lagging line is right on price line. This is really hard to see because it's just so. I feel like this looks like the camo for the military, where it's like the digital camo. Like you can't see your lines because the digital movement of price hides it. I can't see. Where's price? We'll fool these guys. We'll make it so that people can't read their indicators by doing digital. We're gonna do digital camouflage with price to make it so that people can't read their indicators. That's what it looks like. Oh man. Lagging lines on price line. Convert. Man, I can barely read this. Conversion and base are on top of each other. You can see there's nothing going on here for a cloud. Like their cloud doesn't even know what to do. It's just sitting there going like, I don't know what you want to do. What do you? You're not going anywhere, so I'm not going anywhere. The future cloud, and it is showing a little bit more bullishness than in the futures here, but not much. Maybe a little bit of upwards momentum going into Friday, possibly. Maybe a little bit of downwards little tiny bit of downwards momentum here. Maybe today. Not much. So I don't know. Probably close at 160. Probably just a flat close. Maybe 161. I'll go with a 160. I'm gonna write down 160 right now, and then look what my final number is and adjust from there. Let's see here on a 4-hour. Let me write down where the bullish movement comes from today. What price? What kind of bullish price do we need here in order to see this? Let's see. Well, we got to get the lagging line above price line. So for today, it's gonna have to get up and over $1.62. A buck, any kind of movement right now in the upwards direction is going to cause a conversion to cross the base, and the leading A, or this green line at the top here, is what we have to get over, which is at 160, 1.604. So literally, we're walking the edge of the line right now. Like, there really doesn't have to be any kind of movement in either direction to push the price. So like, I'm gonna write 162 down. I don't even know what I'm gonna put. 163. 163 or higher should, for any sustained period of time up to an hour, it should cause price to start moving. We're at 160. I mean, it's not going to take a whole lot to get this thing moving a little bit. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got lagging line below price line. Conversion is below base, and we did trade sideways pretty much and are coming into what appears to be breaking into the cloud, which is a moment of uncertainty. We do have the point of contact in here for most of the volume that we've had in the more recent time period over the last week or so, is right where we're at in price. So they're just kind of they're anchoring price to where volume's at, and so to get this to turn into a bullish buy signal, you got to get the lagging line above price line. So for today, it'd be $1.60, let's just call it $1.70. So for longer term investors that want to maybe get into AMC or Ape, I should say, might be looking at this going like, okay, 170. If it breaks 170, I'm in. Otherwise, let me pull up something real quick here. I just want to see TTM squeeze. It's showing a little bit of bullish momentum right now on Ape. We've crossed over from kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for here? From a selling period of time into a more bullish buying period of time, and it's still moving upwards. So we could be seeing a move up. Taking a look at AMC on a 1-hour chart. Lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. Price has started to move through the cloud, which means that we should be getting that extra momentum to move up further. Anything above $5, and all the right indicators are here. We just got to break above the cloud, and that's going to be at $5.16, and we're at 5.12 right now, so it's not far away. 5.16 should provide some extra buying pressure. On a 4-hour cloud, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base, but we're moving into a red cloud portion of time or period of time. I would expect to see price showing a little bit of bullishness. If we can get this lagging line above price line today, that should cause conversion to start heading towards base. I think that this would probably provide some bullish buying signal at around a 550 price point. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly where we're heading for. Maybe somewhere in between where we're at right now and 550, somewhere. Because leading into tomorrow, if we closed at say like 540, that would lead us into another green day for tomorrow that would drive us above the cloud and potentially see some higher price movement as well. More than likely, they're going to try and stop that from happening. So they'll probably wait for Monday. So let's see. I guess a good halfway point for leading into Monday moving up would probably be around like Probably right where base is. 521 for a close. I'll go 521. That gives my price prediction for the day is going to be 681. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So I guess 531 to 831. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Pro Jeweler saying AMC up, Ape move down. Yeah, probably. I mean, 160 would be down. Attendees plus plus says, wait, did you say 43? 43 for what? Holy Toledo for 43 what? Contracts? 400 and, oh, are you talking about the volume? Yeah. Well, we got our pokey stick of volume in now, so let's take a look at that real fast. Pokey stick of volume coming in on AMC. We had 18,000 shares. We've got total 27. I can't do more than 5 to 20, 25 million shares traded for the day today on AMC. Ape, doesn't even matter what the pokey stick was. We had 448 shares, or 844 shares traded. We had 8,044 shares going through on the pokey stick of volume. 1 to 20 million is the volume for the day today. Yukon, good morning to you. Super, super low volume. All right. Let me make sure I've got, I'm going to erase my board here. I want to make sure I got everybody's points in. Pretty sure I do. Yeah. Okay, I do. Erase my board. We've got tomorrow. Barr is supposed to be testifying again. And then we also have, let's see here. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not Barr. I think, was it today? Yeah, today. Today, Barr's testifying again today. The Fed Vice Chair for supervision, and then we've got tomorrow. We've got Chairman Powell and former Chairman. I think it's Ben Bernanke, if I remember his first name correctly. It doesn't list it right here where I'm looking, but I think it's Ben Bernanke on the panel to talk tomorrow. So that's going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'll probably want to watch that to see what it is that they got to say. I don't know why they're bringing in Ben Bernanke, but whatever. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they want to talk about like where we've been and why we're here where we're at. Educate us, and maybe perhaps tell us what the future holds for us. So the next Robinhood going to be trading 5 days a week, 24 hours a day. They're going to run up price overnight, close positions where only people using Robinhood can cash in. I doubt it. I can't imagine that's how that'll work. I seriously doubt that. Because Robinhood's not going to be trading on the market. That's not. They're not going to be. They're going. If anything, those trades will be brokered from within. So I don't think. No, I don't think that's how it's going to work. I don't think that they'll raise the price. Ooh, Z Wade, that's not good. You woke up at 6:30 to be at work by 6. Oh, I don't. I mean, what does payment for order flow have to do with that? I don't understand. I feel like that doesn't it doesn't make sense to me. What does payment for order flow have to do with raising and lowering price? Because payment for order flow is best execution. It's not. And as very clearly defined by Gary Gensler, best execution means getting you the best price possible, which typically means down, not up. Jay, good morning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Finance. It doesn't make sense. Robinhood would get totally trashed if they did something like that. It would be devastating for them to run the price at all when the rest of the market's not trading. Yeah, I don't see that happening. What you're describing, Bird Eye, doesn't even make sense. If anything, the only thing that I think that they're going to be doing is simply trying to cause investors to probably purchase at a higher price than they should, and it won't be anything majorly. It'll be pennies on the dollar. And you're maybe talking 5 cents tops. They'll get investors to pay 5 cents more for a share than they should, and then it'll price will be the same thing the next day. So it's really more or less just a way for them to generate more income, but it won't be something where it sounds like you're talking like they're going to raise it to some astronomical number, and then it's not a scheme by which they're going to close positions. It's not how it's going to work. They're just going to try and get people to pay just a slight bit more, maybe even just a penny. They might just get somebody to pay a penny, maybe 2 pennies more than what it is that they would have paid generally. So if you have thousands and thousands of customers paying 1 or 2 pennies more for their share, then that for them that's how payment for order flow works. That's how they make their money. It's on penny moves. It's not on these like massive moves in the marketplace. So payment for order flow is a penny generator. It's a penny pincher is all it is. And because you have thousands and thousands of orders that are going through at fractional amounts larger. So they're just simply trying to squeeze the grape a little bit more, and that's it. And nobody's going to sell on 2 pennies. Nobody's gonna look at a 2 cent raise on AMC and go like, "Yeah, I'm all in. I'm out. I'm done. I got my money." So I don't see what it is that you're saying happening. But I can see that all Robinhood customers who are paying for shares in aftermarket hours or during those hours where the market's not actually trading, paying slightly more than they normally would. Yep. Mr. Finance says they're making money moving trades, and once the market closes, Robinhood will just be revenue hunting gamblers. Exactly. That's what it's going to come down to. It's opening up the casino for more hours so they can collect more money on little tiny uh, single pennies here and there. Sorry about that. Looks the same. It doesn't matter. It looks the same either way. Let me put the Bollinger Bands back up on Ape too. Guys, I have I forgot to mention to you, and I know last week I mentioned it. I thought I had missed my dentist appointment last week, but it is Thursday this week. Today I've got a 10 a.m. Dentist appointment, so I'll probably sign off. I'll probably do the 9 o'clock numbers and then sign off so I can go head out to my dentist appointment. And yeah, yeah, but payment for order flow is simply a function that institutions use to make pennies on every single trade. Imagine making 1 penny for every trade that goes through the market. Maybe they make 5 pennies. 5 pennies is what they maybe make off of, or maybe it's in some cases where you have an extremely volatile stock, you could see something larger than that. But they're simply just squeezing pennies out of trades, and it's not about moving price. It's about how much more they can take off of or skim off of each trade, and that's it. That's all it is. Nah, it's just a regular cleaning, Doug. Nothing unusual. Man, I since I moved to Texas, and this is probably because of the fluoride here that they put in the water, I've had one cavity. And how long have I been here? Holy crap, 12 years? I've been in Texas for 12 years? What? Is that right? I think I came here in 2011. Maybe it was 2012. I don't know. I think it was 2011. So yeah, like 12 years, one cavity. That's unusual for me. I usually get a cavity, every couple three or 4 years or something like that. And to go 12 years without a cat, like one cat. I had my first cavity in my last checkup last year, or yeah, I think it was last year. First cavity in like 11 years, and or probably actually it was probably a little bit longer than that, but because I don't think I had any in Arizona for a while either. But I was kind of surprised. Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona before. And I know that every state that I've ever lived in that has fluoride in the water, I can tell a difference on my teeth. Big difference. Teeth are always better in states where they've got fluoride in the water. That's cool. Water pick and fill half with antiseptic mouthwash and half warm water. I'm gonna have I've got a water pick that I my wife got me a long time ago that I never use, and I've been wanting to use it. I've always wanted to use it, and I never find the time to break it out and use it. And I think in part it's simply because of the fact that I'm just worried that it's gonna be messy. So I don't I just don't want to deal with the mess. So it's really hard to do something your whole life with it. You know, you're always brushing your teeth with a toothbrush, and then to like change up the routine, it's kind of awkward. Novocaine says if you were getting cavities every couple of years, you probably just don't have any teeth left to get cavities in. It was mainly when I was younger, Novocaine. Now that I'm older, you know, it's funny you should say that. I decided that when I had kids, my parent, no offense, mom, my parents didn't do a very good job of instilling into me cleaning my teeth very well growing up. I mean, they did, but they didn't enforce it or anything. So I probably was not very good at it at a younger age. When I got older, I was like, oh wow, these are the last ones that I have. So I don't want to lose these. So I started becoming more vigilant about making sure that my teeth were really cleaned well. And so I promised myself that when I had my first kids, that I would make sure that I impressed upon them how important it was to clean their teeth because that's it. Once those teeth are done, they're done. It's all you got. So I was really trying to make sure that my kids were really good about dental hygiene. I was pretty adamant about it. But most of my cavities came pre 20s. I want to say like a lot of them. A lot of my cavities came pre 20s. And you're probably not wrong, Novocaine. Uh, you're probably not wrong at all. Z Wade says, I hate the dentist now because the old man retired. The new dentist is a soft-spoken 28-year-old and gorgeous lady. I have excellent teeth, but have an attractive lady in your face is uncomfortable. Those eyes, just staring at you, right, Z Wade? Am I right? It's those eyes staring into you, and then they're like, they're like doing stuff in your mouth, and it's awkward. It's very, very awkward. It's like I've had one dental technician who had great eyes, and I would always close my eyes during my cleaning of my teeth because I didn't want to stare. It felt very, very awkward. I was like, don't stare, Casey, don't stare. I would. Oh, thank you. My wife just brought me coffee unexpectedly. Oh man, that was so nice. Thank you, hun. Mm. I have no idea, Cassius. I don't have any problem. So if it does do that, I'm not aware of it. Just run clean water through after you're done every night. Oh my gosh, Doug. Ugh. Now see, you had me interested, Doug, at first, but now you're talking about doing like extra maintenance work on the device every single night to do that. Ah. Yeah, that probably isn't going to happen. Jay says I got a letter from the IRS looking for money from previous tax years. I told him 2 weeks. No, Point Break Thor. I'm serious. The ones I said is what I said. Oh, that was back in Arizona, Einstein. That was a long time ago. My dentist used to have an onion bagel every morning before seeing patients. Not enjoyable. My current dentist, my current dentist is awesome. I walk in there, they're so nice. I go back in the back, they clean my teeth. Everything's usual like for everybody else. My dentist checks my teeth, shakes my hand, tells me how wonderful my teeth look, even though I know they probably look like crap to him. And But he tells me how everything looks great, and he's like, everything's so awesome. You've got a great set of teeth in there. And then he shakes my hand, and he goes, "Can I get you a beverage? Would you like a beer? Would you like some chocolates?" He tries to give me like all the things that you should not have probably right after having your teeth cleaned. Right? He'll say like, "Do you want a Coke and rum?" Uh, and I've never taken him up on the offer. I don't know why. Only I guess maybe because I don't. It's just awkward. I don't feel like I should be drinking after I have my teeth cleaned or whatever. But that's what he does. You want a beer? You want a rum and Coke? How about some chocolate? You want some chocolate? He's probably sitting there going like, I need more money out of this guy. He doesn't give me any cavities in 11 years. Oh my gosh. Josh says, "What's up, guys? I'm just trying to plan today with which musical the wife and I are going to go see for our anniversary. Any suggestions? Was thinking Les Mis thoughts." Josh, if you don't want to see Les Mis, another great musical to go see is Phantom of the Opera. That's another great one. I hear hairspray is it hairspray, hun? Okay, yeah, hairspray could be another possible choice. Knobzilla says it's better to have a dentist that has an onion bagel problem than a proctologist with a severe depth perception problem. Hey, that's the truth. Captain Cockle. Oh no, you can't ruin Cockles is like a pet name. They need a little like a dog. No, I got somebody actually gave me a great super villain hero, or not super villain, not hero. Uh, Dictator. Like spelled dick and then tater, like a tater tot. I think it's perfect. We need Dictator, and he's gonna look just like a tater tot with a helmet, maybe. I don't know. But he's gonna have to have some kind of like really good. I don't want to ruin Cockles. That uh, sounds like a good pet name for one of the superheroes. Tater Tot says he offers you a drinky drink. My dentist sucks. He does. It's the coolest thing ever. I saw Wicked. Wicked, believe it or not, Wicked was actually pretty decent. Like, I'm not a huge fan, obviously, of musicals. In fact, my LinkedIn profile picture was the picture that I took in the foyer of the theater, if that's what they call them. I don't know what they call them, the outside area. And happens to be a Wells Fargo sign right behind me. It's just really funny because, you know, I always figured if somebody saw a picture of that, they'd know what it was. They'd see Wells Fargo, but it's a picture that I'm not. I guess I was probably one of the more proud of pictures. And but I saw Wicked. The only bad thing about Wicked is that the people that are there to watch it are insane. Absolutely insane. It's like the equivalent of going to a U of O Ducks game and seeing the fans for a U of O Ducks game or a UT football game. It's like the female version of that. If there was ever anything besides like a Taylor Swift concert, the next closest thing to fanatical fans would be Wicked. And I'm not talking like uh, let's tailgate kind of fans. I'm talking like I don't know. It's weird. Just go see it. Just go see it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. See, Ro says Rocky Horror fans too. I have a feeling that that's probably exactly what Rocky Horror fans are probably like. Very fanatical fans that are extremely into it, like way more, like awkwardly into it. It's almost like I guess the part that I'll never forget was something specifically happened, and I don't want to give any spoilers for Wicked, but something specifically happened. I think when the Wicked Witch came out on stage the very first time, this thunderous applause and gasp. The gasp was enough to take the air out of the room by everybody besides me. That occurred was insanity. I've never, I mean, I thought maybe the Beatles were coming out or something. I was like, what just happened? Why is everybody going nuts? It was insane. There was another time where I felt equally awkward, but at a cooler revenue. I went to a concert for Tenacious D, and the Tenacious D fans are incredibly loyal fans and know every word to every song. I felt really out of place at that concert because I didn't know the lyrics to every single song, and so I was the only person not singing along. It's like going. I would imagine it's like going to church and not knowing any of the songs, and like you're the only person not singing, and everybody else is singing around you. And you're sitting there going like, I don't know the words. Or maybe you're trying. Everybody's clapping, and you're just like, I don't know. I can't clap. It was for the. I think it was for the character Billy. Well, I don't know. Isn't that the same thing? The character or the actress? I mean, it's the same thing, right? Uh, when the Wicked Witch came out on stage, they just all lost it. Everybody lost it in the entire room. Like it was. I don't know. Like I don't know. You have to experience it. Just lost it. Yay! everybody in the whole place. I saw Kandahar with my son last night. We loved it, kept our attention from start to finish. Highly recommended. I think my wife had mentioned she wanted to see that. Oh, by the way, there's a new Stephen King movie that's going to be coming out. I don't. My wife just showed it to me last night. I don't remember what it was called off the top of my head. But she's like, I already heard some rumors, and she's like, we're definitely going to see this. Uh, she told me that the movie had to be elongated. How did you say it, hon? The movie had to be lengthened because the scary scenes were so dramatically long. Oh, they had to give you more time to calm down between the scary scenes. So they had to lengthen the movie. So yeah, Boogeyman. Thank you, Aaron. I couldn't remember the name, but that's what it is. It's Boogeyman. They had to lengthen the movie because the time between scary scenes was too short. Oh no, Billy. They were all very, very familiar of the story. And it was weird too because it was almost like this was like there was like this anticipation like I could feel that like 95% of the people that were sitting in that room watching that musical knew what was coming, and you could feel the anticipation of everybody building up for when for yeah, I could just feel it. It was like this like vibe of like everybody was like on the edge of their seats just getting ready to burst out, and it was so weird. It was very energetic, but very for somebody who didn't know like me. what was about to happen. It was scary at the same time. It was like, what just happened? I'm like, I'm not even watching the stage anymore. I'm like looking around at all the people going like, what the hell just happened? Highway Frog says, a horror film that cares about your health. Yeah, it was about 10 years ago, Billy, that is when I saw it. It was probably about 10 years ago. Rim Taco, I think we might be seeing a little bit of an update on AMC and maybe kind of a sideways trading day on Ape, maybe a little bit up on Ape, but I think we might see a little bit of green today. Z-Wade, I was using some software AI to try and draw up some of our characters and having a rough time at it. So futures in the market as of right now, showing the VIX down 1.51 still, and most of the markets are still up. But they have receded a little bit. Actually, we do have the Dow Jones down 0.03 now, which is kind of unusual with the VIX being down 1.5. Let me refresh this and see if it doesn't change the numbers. Yeah, it's down 1.41. SPY was up 0.22, now it's up 0.07. US dollar is still up. I might modify my numbers if we're gonna start heading down, but I'll stick with them for now, and then head to break and see you guys back here 15 minutes before market opens. We'll take a look at the numbers going into market open. Tom, good morning to you. Let me put up the message real quick here, guys, and then give you some music and I'll head to break. All right. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back, guys, and I just want to kind of mention I'm kind of looking at things over right now. In the futures on the VIX, we've got down 0.26, but I'm currently seeing that VIX on my charts are showing it up before market open, up 1.01% right now. And of course, the SPY has decided to move down to the bottom side here at negative 0.06 for the day. One of the things that I'm seeing in the pre-market here is that VMBS or Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities are up 1.26% right now, which is a little bit of a shocking change, I think, for me to see that like just suddenly start spiking like that in the aftermarket hours. Yesterday, I don't know what's going on there. It's kind of weird. We have the U.S. dollar is rising at 0.42. If this is going up, the market may be coming down, and the next level of the next stopping point that I see here or test is going to be about 104. 104 and also 104.64. Those are the two next kind of test levels of resistance that the dollar is going to have on the way up. I'm kind of leaning towards a close on the SPY for the day today, down by a point, maybe around 414. So if I pull this out to a daily on this, I feel like there's a little bit of level support there at about 414 ish. And then you can see also here on the point of contact in regards to like where's the over this span of time here ever since 329. So basically like a little over a month and a half worth of data here. Most of our volume has been at a $4.10 range. And I feel like there's going to be a little bit of downwards momentum, but I don't know if it's going to last or if the market's going to flip-flop. I think it's really going to depend on what's going to happen to oil here. So I'm kind of starting to doubt my number prediction on AMC a little bit for the day today. I think. Let me look at the banks real quick and see what the banks are doing. Banks have started moving red as well. I was thinking we'd get at least one more day of positive momentum out of this. Now I just don't know. Where to go? Well, here's the deal. I had originally predicted 521 for close on AMC and 160 for Ape. We're right at right now on Ape. We're currently at 160. AMC is opening up at 511. So if I'm off, I'd only be off. If we were closed like right now, I'd be off by 11 cents. So that's not bad. If we end up swinging to the bottom side on this and I miss a little bit, it is what it is. So I think I'm going to stick with my numbers. I'm going to go with my gut on this one and stick with my numbers because I think we're going to have maybe the SPY closes a little bit down today, but I think I'm going to stick with the numbers. I like where I'm at. Anyways, let's see here. Did Apex said he may not be here today, and he said he was going to go with the same numbers that he had from yesterday, so he's going 505 to 805. Einstein's, let me pull up his numbers, let's see what he said. Einstein sent me a message. He said he's going 502 to 802, which is about 11 cents lower than what he had from yesterday. And I'll find out Eric's here in a little bit. Roseanne says, so much crap going on, ridiculous. Batter says, Casey, please let's have your predictions off again with an underestimation. Does that mean you want me to go lower or keep my numbers there and hope that the market closes higher than what I have? I think you probably want the latter. So keep where I'm at and hope that I'm underestimating and we see a higher price than that. Let's do that. Let's go for that. Also, when I have a dentist appointment today, guys, for those of you who are here, I will be leaving for the dentist at about an hour from now. And so we'll do the 9 o'clock numbers. I'll head to the dentist. My wife asked me if we could go to lunch together after the dentist appointment. I said, heck yeah. So I'm going to take an extended break when I leave. Normally, I would be opening up the back of the Big Tramp on a Thursday, but I'm not going to do that, obviously, today. And I don't know what time I'll be back, but usually dentist appointment lasts like, I don't know, 45 minutes-ish. So let's see, my appointment's at 10:45, figure lunch on an hour and a half or so. So I'll probably be back by about 12:10. We'll get tramping without you. Sounds good. Tramping along. Let's see here. That's when AMC will start moving up, right? 2 weeks, Roseanne. 2 weeks. You know, Glenn, it's funny you should say old equipment in regards to a dentist. I feel like, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like we haven't seen like any kind of major dental changes to like how they do things in forever, like since I've been going to the dentist. So we had a little spike down there to 4,955. Did we have it? Did we even have an order that went through for that much? Weird. I don't see an order that went through for that price. Oh, yep, there it is right there. One share went through for 4.955. I don't. Can you guys hear them when they're talking when they walk by? I stayed silent for that so you guys could maybe hear it. I don't know. Kids rushing out the door for school. Let's see what we got here. 1 minute left before market opens, or before I start the intro for market open. Let's see, try to put these in the middle of the page there. If your dentist has no teeth, holding a pair of pliers may maybe want to get a second opinion. Joe, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Yeah, nothing like no, I have a really good dentist. I like him. Alrighty, guys, it's time to get this morning started. I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Pro. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Feel it. Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Here come the woman with a look in her eye. Wrist on leather with flesh on the mind. Words, weapons, sharpened knives makes you wonder how the other half died. Other half died. Makes you wonder. Well, here come the man with a look in his eye. He's fed on nothing but full of pride. Look at him go, look at him kick. Makes you wonder how the other half live. Every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Oh. Here come the world, the look in its eye. Future uncertain, but certainly slight. Look at the faces, listen to the bells. It's hard to believe we need a place called hell. Place called hell. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside. was a woman with a look in her eye. She's raised on leather, with flesh on the mind. Words and weapons, sharper than knives, makes you wonder how the other half died. A devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, the devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, the devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. The devil inside. Yeah, yeah. The devil inside. Yeah, yeah.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Hi-Ho, the Derry-O, Awaiting We Shall Go. I already talked about this yesterday. We're kind of in this holding pattern, but yesterday we saw the stock market do this really crazy thing. The gentleman's, I'm trying to look up his name here. I'm not sure. What's his name again? Daddy Dersh on Reddit had posted up something 2 days ago in about how we discussed about how we've been in this like holding pattern on the stock market for like 7 trading days. Something was up, right? We knew something was up. Yesterday we got the break to the top side. And we saw something unusual happen yesterday. And my response, he posted up another one, which I thought was equally as good as the previous one. But I responded to his I guess analysis of what occurred yesterday. And I said the big takeaway from today, and this is yesterday, should have been that oil, crypto, DXY, SPY, and banks were all up. Usually a couple days before a rate hike, the market will price in a market move down so that it can move in the opposite direction where everyone thinks it should go after a rate hike. So in other words, what they usually do is they start running the market down. If you historically go back, I went back last night with Adam and we looked at it. Like about 2 weeks before, they really start pricing in and they start running the price down in the market. And then about a day or two before, or maybe even the day after the rate hike, you start seeing the market price move up, where everybody thinks that it should be going down because of a rate hike, right? It makes sense. Like it should go down. Why? Why would something like that happen? And it's simply because the market wants to make money. Price in the rate hike that they know is going to happen early, right? And then do the opposite and collect on a lot of loose, I guess, in terms of things that I've heard in the industry that I've worked in, low hanging fruit. Pick that low hanging fruit. Anybody who's willing to go put out bets out there that the market's going to head down with a rate hike, it's easy low hanging fruit because everybody didn't look in the past and see that they've already adjusted for the rate hike. So we had 7 days of the market waiting for something to happen. And I think the market yesterday got the news that they were looking for in advance. And they moved the price up. Everything. There was only like out of the numbers that we normally look at on this other page over here, when I'm looking at these are the numbers still. I haven't refreshed this page yet. Normally we don't end a day with 4,480 advancers. That's not very common. We only had 1,684 decliners. It's just updated on its own right there. But that's not. I mean, that usually we'll start out a day really strong, cooking with bacon grease like that. But we don't normally end the day like that. It was so unusual. Like you had to be working really hard to try and lose money in the marketplace yesterday. And even AMC and Ape were up. Like they couldn't even they couldn't even take AMC and Ape down. Everything was up. What are they pricing in? And if they're pricing in something that's going to happen in the near future, news on the near future, and they're pricing up, what are they going to do to price when the news actually hits? Now all the rest of us normal people get the news. It's probably going to head down. So I think we got that. I think the market got the news that they were waiting for, and I think they're artificially pumping the market, knowing that they're going to start creating a bunch of bag holders afterwards. Tons of bag. Yep, rug pull. Exactly. I don't know what the news is, guys. I want to say that it has something to do with the debt ceiling being raised. I mean, most people I think would probably assume that the market would head up if the debt ceiling's raised, right? I think a lot of us would probably make that assumption. If they're going to raise the debt ceiling, it eases everything with the banks. It should provide a lot more liquidity in the marketplace because now the feds have more money to print. The printer goes burr. And so I think a lot of people would assume that market's going to move up. But that's not what's happened in the past. In 2008, on October 3rd of 2008, the market dropped. Over a 7-day period of time, the market dropped 25% on October 3rd when they raised the debt ceiling by $700 billion. I went back and did the research. $700 billion ceiling raise on October 3rd of 2008. And over the next 7 days, the market tanked by 25%. 25%. It's a lot. It's a big jump. I don't know if that's what's going to happen this time. I really don't. I hope not. I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of hope not too. Why do I hope not? You guys are probably going like, wait a minute, I thought that's what we wanted. I don't know about you guys, but I got a lot of people who are invested in the marketplace. I got my grandparents. I've got tons of people who have pension plans. Even some of you guys who are here right now have pension plans that are invested in by either your state or the company that you've worked for, it's going to hurt that. It's going to absolutely trash it. And I'm not excited about that. That doesn't make me happy. But the reason that it doesn't make me happy is because of what it is that I'm here. I should say me. I'm here to fix. I want to see a change. That's why I'm here. Doesn't have to be your reason why, but I want to see it fixed because I'm tired of seeing this happen. I'm tired of seeing banks getting bailed out by the government. I want a difference. I want a future where my kids and my parents, not my grandparents, but my parents, don't have to worry about their future or what's going to happen to their money. That's what I want. This is the fight that I think that we have to make in order to get that. We got about 15 more minutes here. Danny, I totally disagree with that statement. Every time the AMC has ever had a run, the market's always failed. Money doesn't just grow on trees. It has to come from someplace. And the only place that it can come from is from the market. I don't know. I'm not sure what you were looking at in regards to market movement from the past. I feel like maybe you haven't done any research on it at all. I don't know. Where's my indicators? Bollinger Bands. Let's see here. 2021, January of 2021. Big move down on the markets right here. Here's January. The end of January is right here. This is the market move. The market was at on January 26th. The market closed at 372 within a 4-day span. Let's just pull this up here. The market dropped about 5% in a 4-day span. So a little almost 1% a day. Actually it's 3 days. Over 3 days worth of trading, the market moved down nearly 5%. Money has to come from somewhere. It doesn't just grow on trees. On the end of May of 2021, May, June, the market did have a little bit of a run going into the end of May of 2021 and going into June, but you can see right here, this is where the June squeeze occurred at, and it saw a high. It saw about almost a 1.5% loss after the big huge gains on AMC. Over a 2-day span, it lost almost 1.5%. So I totally disagree. The market does go down when price runs. Roseanne says, Casey, can we take financial advantage of the debt ceiling being raised? If it does happen, can we do something now? I mean, absolutely you could. I'm not going to suggest what it is, But you could definitely, I mean, if you were going to bank on the debt ceiling being raised, you could certainly do something in advance to try and profit off of that. Casey, it's tacky that I was looking up money guns online. money, money spewers. I've never even considered getting one of those. I mean, Doug, you say you don't was it Doug that said that? Oh, Glenn said it. That's one example, not a big enough set of data. How many squeezes can you think of that you can name off that doesn't that what kind of data set do you want? We don't have a whole lot of history here to work with, but every other historical squeeze has always been met with a downturn in the market. Historically, it's not big squeeze plays in markets are very good signs or indicators that occur right before a big downtrend in the market. Money has to come from somewhere, guys. It doesn't grow on trees. You have to, in order to pay somebody off for something, you have to pull someplace, you have to pull money from it. And anybody who holds any kind of collateral, who's a hedge fund, would own collateral in long positions in the marketplace. And in order to get that money, they have to sell off. Exactly, like the VW squeeze. Exactly. They have to sell off their positions, and when you have selling in big stocks that are big winners, for example, like Apple, when you start seeing things like Apple tanking, then you know that institutions who hold long collateral on those big blue chip stocks are selling off their positions, and they're selling them off because they're forced to. They don't have a choice. They have to. Roseanne says, "Okay, I'll figure that out." Wait a minute, I missed something. Casey, can we take financial? Oh, okay, sorry. Unfortunately, Roseanne, I can't give financial advice, so I can't go there. I'd love to be able to kind of make suggestions or something like that, but I can't. I don't want to. It's not what I'm here to do. You guys are asking questions now. Buy puts on the market. I can't suggest anything, guys. You know how I feel about options. I'm not a huge fan, so I'm not gonna make any suggestions. But you can definitely take advantage of those kind of things. Earlier, batter, and we just kind of discussed it in the "don't want to get sued?" question mark. Yeah, it's well, technically speaking, I don't have a license to be giving financial advice, so that would be bad. That would be really really bad. So yeah, that's definitely. I'm not here to get sued, that's for sure. Let's take a look at what we got going on here, and I think Batter was mentioning something earlier about retesting 495, and I market open, and I want to kind of scroll back here just a tad bit and show you guys something real quick here. I had mentioned yesterday that very oftentimes we see like three touches or three tests of a bottom before we see price running back up. And in order to see a synthetic price failure reset on this, we got to see a 15% increase in price from the last bottom of 487 that we just had, which in this particular case, that price would be 560. So we got to see a price of 560 before I would be willing to say, okay, we reset a synthetic price failure. So we only got one, maybe. I don't even know if I want to count this as a secondary test here. I feel like this is all kind of one move right here. Although the price did come up significantly before retesting again here, so I don't know how I feel about this one. It's just the time is so close to each other here that I just don't know if I want to count this or not. But it did move up fairly quite a bit. 487 up to 501 ish. Um, I guess maybe that might be two times, but usually we see three tests of those bottoms before we see move up. And so here we have price moving back down to retest again. I don't know if it's going to go all the way down there and retest, but very oftentimes, um, well, I can say this. If it attempts to move down towards 47 and never even makes it and starts going on a bullish run, then that's a sign of very strong strength, meaning that there was not a whole lot of selling pressure that was found, and so it became unprofitable to continue to try and push price down. So that's what I would kind of suggest to you guys. Now, as of right now, we're only down 1.57% for the day today. There's plenty of other stocks out there that are down. Cinemark's down 1.16, so it's pretty close to where everybody's kind of down right now. The VIX is up 0.12, and yeah. Let's see here. It's like being a pro golfer. It's just you on the tee. You have to swing the club. Yeah. Yeah. I can't swing it for you. It's your money. It's your choice. You guys have to make your own choices. I can't do that for you. It's absolutely right. Roseanne says, "No worries, Casey. My husband is pretty good at this as well. He has explained so many things to me, and I've really learned a lot between you and him. That's awesome. I mean, if you know, have him look at it. Have him look at the past. Actually, I'll tell you what, Roseanne. I'll give you a little bit of homework. Go back and look up rate hikes. Sorry, debt ceiling hikes that we've seen in the past, or debt ceiling raises from the past. Go into whatever you use for your platform to chart it out, and see what happened 2 weeks prior to those debt ceiling. Actually, change that. Scratch that. Do it on the interest rates that we've had in the recent past. Let me pull it up for you. I can give you the dates. Hold on a second. I pulled this up last night. I was looking at it. Hold on. Let me see here. Recently closed. I should have kept this open from last night. Let's see. I think this is it. Okay, here are the dates. Write these down. Start with March 17th of 2022, May 5th of 2022, June 16th of 2022, July 27th, September 21st, November 2nd, December 14th, February 1st of 2023, March 2nd, and May 3rd. Those are your rate hikes. I want you to go back and look at it. Some of those have higher rate amounts each time, some lower. But I want you to go back and look 2 weeks prior to each one of those dates and see what the market's doing 2 weeks prior to those rate hikes. And I'm telling you, these guys know what these rates are going to be moving to before it happens. But the interesting thing is, and I was mentioning this earlier this morning, is that if you look, I'm going to blind you guys in 3, 2, 1. Blinding. When I looked at this last, we were at like what, 19, or I think we dropped down to as low as like slightly under 10% chance at seeing a 25 basis points on this next time the Fed rate or Fed decision on whether they're going to raise the rates or not is coming up, which is in 27 days from now. But it's up to 32.1% chance that they're going to raise it another 25 basis points here. They may not be done. They said they were done. Then they raised it. Now they're on a done. And then they said, okay, now we're done. And now the percentage chance of this going up here, 2 weeks is 14 days. So they got about they'll probably know what to do with the market here in just about a little over 10 days from now. Right? We'll probably know in about 10 days whether this is going to be over a 50% chance at seeing a move to where the Feds raise the rates again. But we've had 14. I'm guessing 14 days. What was it? May 3rd that I just read off to you. May 3rd. We've had 15 days worth of time that has expired since this was pretty much a no-go. And if I divide out if there was a 0% chance that they were going to raise it, and I took the 32.1% and divided it out by the 15 days, that's 2.14% per day. We've got 27 days left, multiplied by 27 plus the 32.1% chance that it's already at right now. That puts us at an 89 or basically a 90% chance at seeing it. So if it keeps up on the rate that it's going, there's really close to a 90% chance at seeing another 25 basis points here. That's just if it keeps moving at the same rate. If it slows down, or if something happens to where maybe this doesn't continue to move upwards as fast, then maybe not so much the case. Which I would imagine that the debt ceiling is probably going to have a lot to do with that. And that decision's coming up. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Always 2 weeks, dang it. Hazel says, how can we find out when they do and not be last to know? I would say no. That's probably never going to be a possibility. You know what I mean? You don't have you don't have lawmakers in your back pocket. You don't have people who sit on committees that are making these big decisions in your pocket, and so the chances are never. Turtle, good to see you. I guess it's 9:02. It's time for me to go to the numbers because then I got to go to my dentist appointment here in just a little bit. So let's do that. Let's cover the numbers here and see what we got going on. Sweet, Roseanne. Let me actually, you know what, Roseanne, since just in case you need or anybody wants this, here's a link for you to the website from which I collected the data from. It's a Forbes website, and it's got all the dates for the FOMC meeting dates, the rate change by which the BIPs that it went up by, and it even shows you how much it went from and to. It's really nice. It's great information to go through and just kind of look at. I don't know. You might want to read the article too, for all I know. But let's take a look at the numbers here. Maybe I should post that up to the top. Pin message. All right. There we go. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And, that's always a bad thing. Ooh. I don't have time for that. Let's see here. My dentist wants me to fill out paperwork before I come in. It's like, how about I just show up early? Let's see here. 1 second. If your broker allows you to get a secondary device to be able to put in your passcode, not a bad idea to be able to send that information to another device in case something happens to your primary. Drop my pen. And then also take pictures of or screenshots of your portfolio. We had 2 different brokers over this last weekend, both Webull and Robinhood, who were kind of screwing around with people's information. A lot of complaints this last weekend about people's accounts being mysteriously bankrupt all of a sudden, and then suddenly going back to whatever it was supposed to be. Well, how do you know what it's supposed to be if you never had a screenshot from the past? What if they just changed it and you don't know? That would be scary. So take those pictures now while you have a chance and make sure you know what it is that you hold in your possession. You don't want them screwing you over on what it is that you hold. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on. We're going to do a full breakdown here of everything since it is the first time of the day. Everybody got a price prediction tally point. Price predictions for the day today. I've got 531 to 831. Eric has 513 to 813. Apex has 505 to 805, and Einstein has 502 to 802. The difference in high to low, we have about a 29-cent spread between us on those predictions. So not too big. But yeah. Short exempt volume. 136.7 thousand shares on AMC yesterday. Ape 44.8 thousand shares, a little bit lower on AMC, a little bit higher on Ape. Utilization's still at 100% for AMC, day number 87 straight trading days in a row. Ape is utilization went up a little bit to 60.9%. Day-over-day price increase was 2.82%, and Ape was at 1.26. Max Pain dropped from $10 down to $8. Why? I can tell you, a lot of $13 strike calls closed out their positions. Probably about, I think it was close to 20,000 contracts, I think, closed out. So massive top side closing of positions that occurred, and so you saw the Max Pain dropping because of that. That's where it came from. So we're at $8 for Max Pain. I don't think that means we're closing at 8. Taking a look at off-exchange data for AMC. By this time of the day, I would expect 49% through off-exchange. EDGX would be between 10 and 11%. Off-exchange is 48.33. EDGX is 11.17. The combined total is 59.5. And that's about 5.5% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 3.2. Taking a look at Ape, 63.63% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 2.95%. The combined total on that 66.58%. That's over by 12.58% than what I would expect by this time of the day. 0 shares going through CHX. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for this morning is at 0.17 with a 30-day average of 0.2. So it's actually already starting to see some activity this morning. Institutional ownership is the same as what it was yesterday, 139.096. Let me give it a refresh and see if it's still there. It is. And taking a look at what's next? Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for this morning is at a $5 strike. That's where it was at 5.5 yesterday. It started out the day at 5 yesterday and then went up to 5.5. This morning it's 5 with 2.4 thousand contracts. However, there's 2.3 thousand contracts at 5.5. So it's a really close race here on where the highest amount of volume for strike is. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike, and there's 3.9 thousand contracts. There's a little bit of elevated volume going on there in puts, but for the most part, this is kind of normal volume, I think, right now. Market really kind of centering in on a $5 close by the end of the day today, at least right now. And let me take you over to the other screen while I move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data as I give you some music. Spruce. It's time to clean, guys. Have you done your springtime cleaning? If you haven't done your springtime cleaning, it's time to go out and get your chemicals that you need. Mr. Clean. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm not doing I'm not starting with advertisements. That was kind of funny, though. I wonder if I could throw everybody off one day and like squeeze in like some kind of like fake commercial. Everybody's like, Casey sold out. Let's see here. All right, so right off the get-go this morning, we're getting the consolidation a little bit here, like we were seeing back here. I don't know. we could be forming a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern. Kind of seeing a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern here. If price could drops back down and starts consolidating around 653, we might be in for some more downwards momentum going into next week here. We'll have to see. I'll take a look at this here again, maybe in the next. Actually, when I come back from lunch around 12 o'clock, I'll take a look at this and see where we're at in regards to this. But it could be starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern. But yeah, if we see consolidation combined price of 654 around that point, I would suggest this. We might see that consolidation continue out until tomorrow around market open, and then seeing price dropping down even further and maybe retesting like something like $6.35. Or we consolidate at this level of support at 663, and we get the breakout a little bit later today above 671. So far for the day today, we have 735,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. Estimated short share interest of the free float will rise due to that to 25.13%. Cost borrow min is at 86.44. Average is 116.71 and max is 122.54. There's our utilization for a straight 87 straight trading days in a row at 100%. On loan amount day over day increasing by 0.36 or 360,000 shares from 168.44 to 168.8 million shares on loan. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise from 25.05 to 25.07, which means that Ortex is estimating that about 103,000 of that 360,000 was in new short interest. On loan average age per day dropping some more from 100.1 down to 96.85. And security lending volume slightly increasing day over day from 20.66 million to 21.29. Taking a look at AMC or Ape rather, no borrows for the day to day, or sorry, no. Well, this is kind of interesting. Hold on a second here. I don't think it's populated all the rest of the data. It's still loading. Looks like it's hung up. What you doing? Uh-oh. Is my internet gone? No, my internet's not gone. Let's try this again here. Refresh. Okay. I'm showing I still have data, but Ortex is not loading up. Let's come back to this. I can just go ahead and tell you right now that day over day on loan amount increased on, oh, here we go. Maybe it's going to pop up now. There we go. All right. So far, borrowed amount for the day to day is at 83,000 shares for Ape. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much. It's at 5.79 currently. Only one borrow for the day-to-day since cost borrow average max and min are all the same at 7.94%. Total utilization increasing day over day. Let's zoom in on this just a tad. Went from 58.96 to 60.9%. On loan amount slightly increasing day over day from 22.85 to 23.07. That's that 220,000 shares, new shares on loan. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float from 5.77 to 5.78. Very small increase. On loan average age per day dipping slightly from 87.59 to 87.55. And security lending volume slightly decreasing from 2.14 million shares to 821,000. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, and I do not expect to see them on this list due to low volume. Super low volume. SSR trips at $4.59 for the day-to-day on AMC, Ape at 1.449. There are 600,000 shares available. That's more than what I think we had earlier this morning. and they borrowed all the 350,000 shares that were available and then have since returned most of those. There's another 5,000 shares borrowed there. But we now have 600,000 shares available to borrow. It does seem like they are closing out some positions here, making more shares available to borrow, which means we'll probably start seeing that cost to borrow min dropping significantly if they're going to do this borrow and returns all in the same day. Fees are currently at a 67.6% rate. Currently, there's 330,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 40.1 thousand contracts that are in the money, 300.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 204.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. The next 3 weeks worth of options are pretty low, which usually means that the price is going to start moving to try and generate derivative excitement. Maybe that's the best way to say it? I don't know. But we've got about just a little over 70,000 contracts that are out of the money on calls and puts for next week. The week after that, we've got just a little over 30,000. And the following week after that, we've got just a little over 20,000. So very low interest in options over the next 3 weeks, which usually is when you start seeing price start rising to try and excite investors into stepping in those dung piles. It is what it is, man. You can't intervene, I guess, with a gambler. They got to gamble. They got their habits. Nasdaq is up 0.5. Dow Jones is down 0.21, and the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,192 decliners to 2,950 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing currently. Banks, big movers this morning. We've got Silvergate is down 19.2%. Let's see here. What else we got? We got PacWest is up 8.9%. Let's see here. Other big movers. Man, these banks are they're swingers. They're swinging both ways. Yeah, that's about it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 0.14. DXY, or the US dollar, is at 103.41 and still increasing at 0.51% up. Oil is currently showing down 0.74. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.33, and SPY is up 0.17. VIX is down 0.95. Sorry, just updated. VBR is up 0.01. VB is up 0.17. Tesla is up 0.46. Amazon is up 1.96. It's moving pretty quick. Cinemark is up 0.06. Doge is down 0.82. Bitcoin is down 0.48 at 27.2K a coin. GME is up 0.87. HYMC is down 0.08. NCMI is up 2.42. Hood is up 0.53. Ape is breaking even, and AMC is down 0.61. We have inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's roughly about almost $400,000 more inflow than outflow. Not quite. 2.5 million shares traded so far for the day today after 48 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace of 20.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than the buying pressure than RSI of 40.18, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence within the last 3 hours. RSI is at 46.22, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, this is a tough one. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.28, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.07, which is slightly below average. On Ape, Ape's breaking even right now at 161. Currently, there's about $80,000 more outflow than inflow. 763,000 shares traded so far for the day today. Wow. After 49 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 6.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Amazing move going on here. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares traded by the end of the day. I have a feeling that's going to be the case. Did I do that for AMC? Yeah, I did that for AMC. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 50.7, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.58, which is average. And on a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI at 50.79. which is average, and you can see there's a lot of indecision as to where price is going to be moving to with this vortex indicator in here. I mean, the lines almost just want to follow each other the whole way. On a 5-minute interval, it's like lovebirds. Brand new lovebirds on the 30-minute interval over here. They can't get them apart. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more or equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI 51.5, which is average. Actually, let's go back to the 1-hour chart for Ichimoto on Ape. Wait, I thought I pulled it up. I guess I didn't. We've got barcoding camouflage going on right now with Ape, to where it's very difficult to see anything that's going on here because everything's just trading inside of the camouflaged area here. We do have lagging line above price line of only momentarily. Oh, there, nope, never mind. I take that back. It's now up above. Conversion is fractionally higher than base right now. Price is moving up through the non-existent cloud. And we do have more of a bullish kind of indicator showing here for the futures. So we might see a little bit of positive momentum based on this chart. I told you guys earlier today that we would need something above 163 to really get this to start popping on Ape for the day-to-day. That should provide a lot of additional buying pressure kicking in. On a 4-hour chart, a little bit higher numbers are going to be needed here to get price lagging line above price line. Conversion and base are right on top of each other right now. So again, 163 would definitely be awesome to see, but this chart's going to need something more like along the lines of 170. 170 will get us the additional buying pressure that we're going to need. Actually, it may not be that high. Actually, let's go 166. I'm dropping this down. And the reason I'm dropping it down is because I had 170 because of this right here, but our lagging line's already past that point. 170 would put lagging line above price line. It would get conversion above base, and we would be outside the cloud. So 166 is what I'm putting in here instead of 170. Taking a look at AMC on the 1-hour chart. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion's above base. Price has not been able to manage to poke its way out of the cloud here. To do so, price is going to have to get up above $5.15. That should raise. Actually, I wrote down 516 earlier this morning. I'm doing a penny higher because that should provide buying pressure at a 516 price. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. Price getting up to about $5.50, which would be underneath the cloud. I mean, it would get the lagging line above price line and should get the conversion above base, and price would still not be in the cloud here, and that should see some buying pressure, and it would be really simple to get through the cloud today. But I'm not really envisioning that happening. I think price is going to move a little bit slower than that, which is hence the reason why I think we're going to see about a 521 close for the day-to-day, and then maybe some of the additional amount that we need tomorrow, maybe around like a 535 close or something close to underneath the cloud, and then going into Monday, perhaps maybe breaking through the cloud on Monday, or at least going up into the cloud is what I would be looking for, unless we're getting that head and shoulder pattern that I don't want to see. Let's see here. Get rid of that. Put this back on. And I got to get ready to go to the dentist. And where do I want to put this at? I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit more on this, guys, because I don't know how long I'm going to be gone for. And I want to try and keep price on the page at least while I'm gone, so you can see it moving. We hit 163 on Ape briefly. Need to hold that to see that continued buying pressure. See, I guess I'll put it right about there. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing, but I got to take off here. I'm just going to scan through here real quick and make sure nothing vital that I need to look at. Bird Eye says, no one else trades 24 hours, crypto does. Yep. But the problem is that crypto trades worldwide 24/7. I don't think that's going to be exactly what's happening with AMC or any other. I mean, do note, Bird Eye, that they're only talking about specific stocks that are going to be trading 24/7. So I'm not sure what's on the list. Ron says Casey McCarthy just announced he sees a debt ceiling raise deal next week. I knew something was. I'm telling you, man, the market was waiting for it. You saw Kramer stating 2 days ago that he was pretty sure that it was going to be raised. Yesterday, he was like extremely confident that it's going to get raised. So, and I think the rest of the market was probably seeing the same thing too. So I don't, I'm not privy to what it is, what kind of information that they have. But yeah. 230. Nice one, Aaron. Nice one. I will do, Paul. Unfortunately, I don't know that I have any tunes that are going to last long enough to go the whole time while I'm gone. So I might have to hold on here. I might have to pull up a different selection of tunes. Let's see. Lo-fi. How long do these last for? Oh yeah, this is good. I'm gonna have to give you some of the older school tunes that I used to play because it lasts for like 11 hours, and I'm gonna need something for a little bit longer since I'm gonna be gone for a little bit longer today. So I'm gonna give you guys some of the older music that I used to play on here. All right, I'll put up my message and I'm out.
Liftoff of Mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Three, two, one, zero, zero.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back, and we went out to Pluckers after the dentist. Decided to do lunch. Hit up Pluckers. Of course, I got my usual drink, Batman. I always get a Batman when I go there, and I always get the large Batman. So, of course, now I'm a little schnockered up. Pre-drinking. I was just getting done telling Nana, no drinking. Let's see here. What do we have going on in the marketplace here? Wow, look at that. Amazing sideways trading. Amazing. Low volume. Price pretty much the same. SPY is up 0.17. We've got the DXY, the US dollar, is up 0.7. Looks like cryptocurrencies are a little bit down. We got oil slightly down 0.62. Jared says, Casey, can we have a poll and see the numbers of who has received their postcard concerning the settlement? Absolutely. First off, before I submit this poll to you guys, I want to ask a quick question. Has anybody outside of North America received their postcards? Anybody? I need just one person to say yes. The reason I'm asking is because I want to put in a third option in here. Just so we can kind of separate the yeses and the nos a little bit more in detail. Because I think that'll make a little bit of a difference here. I'm just looking for one yes. I'm looking for one yes outside of North America. Anybody outside North America? Yeah. I think this is going to be a big no here. I don't see any yeses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a poll here for outside the U.S. or outside the North America. Oh, wait, the real JP says yes. All right, the real JP said yes, so maybe I won't add that in as an option. We're gonna make it two. We're gonna add two more options besides just yes and no. All right. There's some. I think this kind of helps narrow it down a little bit here. This might help for polling to kind of maybe get like a better perspective. So I've got, have you received your postcard for the settlement yet? Yes, no, yes, and outside the U.S. and no outside the I said U.S. but North America. That way it gives us an idea as to like maybe who's getting yeses and nos outside outside the North America, because I think that I personally feel like if you didn't get to vote outside of North America, there's probably a strong chance that you'll get you won't be getting a postcard. If you didn't get to vote, you probably won't get a postcard. That would be my guess. NC Proud Dad, you should only get one, I think. Actually, let me think about that for a second. Yeah, you should only get one. They should be able to identify you as a single shareholder, regardless of how many brokers that you may have. The DTCC should have you down as a single entity and not be counting you multiple times. That might actually be a good poll if anybody's received multiple cards. That might be a good a thing to poll on. Yucca says, Casey, will you be willing to come out to the Merv Griffin show? Had a long conversation with Cosmo last night, and he would love or would like to have you on the set. I have no idea what that is. I mean, I've heard of the Merv Griffin show, but I thought that was like a really old thing, isn't it? Hold on a second here. I thought Merv Griffin was like our parents' time. Yeah, 1962 to 1986. That's something for my parents. Jeez. Thick says reverse repo for today is 2.238 trillion with 102 counterparties. Previously 2.213 with 103 counterparties. And I'm not sure what the rest of that information is. Yeah, Pam saying, isn't that show old? That's what I thought. It's a Seinfeld reference? Oh, okay. I don't know what it means. I'm not huge into Seinfeld, so. I don't think I've received mine either. Hold on a second. Hun, did we get any postcards in the mail at all for AMC voting? Well, not it's for the AMC litigation lawsuit or notification of the litigation. Yeah, we haven't seen anything over here yet, and she said we didn't get yesterday's mail, so maybe. Pam says let's start our own show. Yeah, we could. we could start. We could start a show. All right. Let's do. Well, I'll wait 7 more minutes and we'll do the 1 o'clock numbers. Obviously, I'm not taking another break today. No, yeah, no. We'll do numbers and then I'll go to break. And I'll tell you what we got to do though. Anna says those bands are getting tight. Tell me about it. Tight like a tiger, like my wife says. Let's see here. Let's look at a daily and see how tight those bands are getting. In reference to how tight the bands are right now, we are at a 0.91, and let's see here. What do we got going on? Upper 660, lower 355. Oh yeah. Yep. Our Bollinger Bands are tighter right now than they were previous to the run up in June of 2021, which I think. Yeah, actually, this might be the first time we've seen Bollinger Bands that low before since the June run up. Yeah. Maybe one other time there might have been when we went to go make the run up in March of 2023. February, March of 2023, we did have tighter Bollinger Bands at that time than what we had in June. But right now they are definitely on the daily some of the tightest Bollinger Bands we've had since 2021. And my Bollinger Bands are going to look a little bit different than your guys' as I have some different numbers set up for those. So. She didn't hurt my feelings. I'll pay for the production cost for the show, but Casey will have to agree to do it as a musical. Not happening. Not happening. They were supposed to send them in the mail. Cosmo took over the show. Hold on a second here. I gotta go back and see this. Hold on a second. I'm just looking this up because I'm kind of curious. Let's see. So he went from 72 to 86. This doesn't say anything about Cosmo in here. I don't even know who Cosmo is. I don't even know. Oh, that's Kramer's first name? I didn't even know that was Kramer's first name. Holy crap. See, this shows you how little I know about Seinfeld. I didn't know Kramer's first name was Cosmo. And man, I will never no. Pass. Pass. So we were supposed to get an announcement in a postcard to announce that there was a settlement notification, John, and a lot of people, some people, I shouldn't say a lot. I mean, 76% of you are saying you haven't received it yet. 25% of the people out there apparently have received it so far. No, 8%. Holy crap. 8% of you guys have received it. That's insane. That's pretty low. So batter, I don't know, which is part of the reason why I put yes outside of North America and no outside of North America. Although JP was supposed to vote and put at least one yes vote in there since he was from Spain. He said he did get it. What I would say is that anybody outside the U.S. Or North America probably will not be getting one of these cards, especially if you didn't vote. If you haven't been able to vote on any of the proxy materials from the past, then you're more than likely not going to get one of these postcards for sure. It would be a settlement for AMC shareholders. Man, that's crazy. I guess maybe I should have prefaced in the question that you should only answer if you own AMC. I'm really shocked at some of these numbers here. Man, these are insane numbers, guys. 80% of you have not received it yet. How many we have voted so far? 44. It's not too many. Okay. All right. Well, it's time to take a look at the numbers. I don't think that proves synthetics at all. To identify as a shareholder does not prove anything. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for data. I guess it is time to take a look at the numbers, see what we got going on. Anything outside of North America. If you received it, say yes. Give me 1 second here while I log into my broker. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the back of the Big Tramp back up on the page again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns from me specifically until you see the Big Tramp back up there. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to set it up, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you are setting that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able, hon, you need to do this, by the way. If you have the ability to be able to set up a secondary device to be able to send that passcode to, not a bad idea, as something may happen to your primary phone number. Let me see here. Why am I not getting my access code? Also, please take pictures of your portfolio and or video footage and save it for your own personal records. We had 2 different brokers this last weekend misreport or change data. I shouldn't say change. Show different data than what was actually supposed to be shown. And I had at least one person reach out to me and say that they had not taken pictures before the account was showing 0. And then afterwards, they had no proof of what it was that they held beforehand. So I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing for you guys if your broker can't do nothing for you. You're literally putting everything that you hold or you own into their hands and saying, "I trust you fully." Don't do that. Do not accept that your broker will tell you the right information. I'm not getting the code here. It's really strange. Let's try this again. Also, while I was at my dentist's office, I ran into somebody that had Robinhood as a broker, and I was like, "Ooh." Of course, their interest, the peak that piqued their interest, and they're like, "Why? What's wrong with Robinhood?" And I was like, "Well, where do I start?" So, anyways, yeah, know who you're dealing with, and I'm not even saying that any of these brokers are not shady, but you never know. History does tend to repeat itself. I am not getting my passcode. Hun, I'm going to send my passcode to you, see if it works sending it to you. Forward it to me if you get it, please. Thank you. All right, moving on. I don't need that just yet, so we'll wait for that. Actually, I think I know what to do here. Hold on a second. I'm still trying to log in here. Give me a second. Alrighty then. Taking a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we have 52.48% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.33. The combined total in that 62.81%, or about 1.19% lower than it should be. CHX volume for the day is at 0.22%, with the 30-day average of 3.17, so nothing unusually high there. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is 51.13. The EDGX is at 5.98. Hold on a second. The total on that is going to be 57.11%, or about 6.89% lower than it should be by this time of the day. 0 shares going through CHX. New York Stock Exchange is a little elevated right now, and so is CBOE EDGA. Everything else seems to be pretty close to normal. We're also getting there are some exchanges that are seeing some other high numbers here as well, but just EDGA is probably one of the bigger ones. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 0.31. We're starting to see elevated amounts of CHX volume going through GME. We've also seen 2 days in a row where I think price has been a little bit higher. 0.31% going through CHX with a 30-day average of 0.2, although the total amount of volume is only 4,000 shares. So it's not a whole lot. Taking a look at Ortex. As of right now, well, as of 9 o'clock this morning, we had approximately 735,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 1.26 million shares. For AMC, that's going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 24.99%. Cost of borrow mins at 55.4, average is 108.51, and max is 134.71. Shares on loan for the day today is up by 360,000 shares. Ortex estimated about 103,000 of that was a new short interest day over day. Shares on loans at 168.8 million shares. On Ape, at 9 o'clock this morning, we had 83,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now a return of 3.24 million shares on Ape. That's going to bring down that estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.59%. Cost of borrow rates are at 7.94. There's only been the one borrow that was done earlier this morning, so the rates for average, max, and min are all the same at 7.94. Shares on loan amount increased day over day by 220,000 shares to 23.07 million shares on loan. And let me see if my broker's going to start acting correctly here. Does not appear like it. I want to make the phone call to these guys and complain because that shouldn't happen. So that's unacceptable. And they need to know about it. I am probably going to make a phone call here in just a minute, but I'll complete the numbers without looking at some of the data that I normally use here. But options, I'm not going to be able to update that for that page there. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we currently have going on. At a combined price of AMC and Ape together, it's at $6.67. We're getting a little bit of consolidation here. Do note that this Fibonacci retracement at 663 is holding. We're getting very, very close to this wedge where the upper level of resistance and the bottom level of support are kind of forming this like bit of a wedge right here, right? And this wedge is a triangle kind of wedge, and oftentimes you see price break out towards the end of that, and so we might see this breakout really close. Come on, draw. Really close to maybe like here. I don't think, in fact, actually, it might even be closer to where we're at right now. We'll say if this is at the end of the day. Yeah, that's pretty close to the end of the day. Whether or not this is going to break up to normally in a triangle type wedge like this, price breaks to the bottom side of where the flat side of that is. So we may see this break down below 663, but expect there to be some kind of volatility here as it works its way into this level of resistance and support that's being found right here. SSR triggers at $4.59 for the day today for AMC, Ape at 1.449. Shares available to borrow showing 0. I know they had returned some shares earlier this morning, about 600,000 to be exact. And then they've borrowed since all of those 600,000 shares. So that's 1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today, according to Ortex. Fees were last seen at a 69.2% rate. NASDAQ is up 0.61, Dow Jones is down 0.49, and the S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 3,571 decliners to 2,743 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Oops. Biggest bank movers, we've got Silvergate up 5.36, PacWest is up 5.41, Everything else is within 2.75 or less as a move. Ethereum Classic is down 2.91% for the day today. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.68 at 103.59. The next stopping point or potential level of resistance may be right around 104. 104.3, and then after that 104.64. So really kind of close to that. I think 104 and 104.64 are the next two levels of resistance that we have in here. Oil is down 0.37, so nothing significant there. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.37 to 0.42, and the SPY is up 0.1. VIX is currently showing down 1.3%. VBR is down 0.06, VB is down 0.17, Tesla is up 0.31, Amazon is up 0.96, Cinemark is up down 1.72, Doge is down 3.59, Bitcoin is down 3.2 at 26.5K a coin. Let's see where we're at on that. It's consolidating still. I mean, it's getting a little bit of a move here, but you're always going to get a little bit of movement as you're consolidating. So I wouldn't really see this as too dangerous of a move just yet. And I'm not really expecting the big move down here until towards the end of the month. GME is up 0.48. HYMC is down 3.72. NCMI is up 16.54. Hood is up 0.06. Ape is down 0.31. And AMC is down 0.59. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $30,000 more. Is that 30? No, I'm sorry. $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.14 million shares traded so far for the day today, which is really low volume. Let's see here. 283 minutes worth of trading so far for the day today. Puts us on a pace for 11.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.14, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.47, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.24, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.25, which is average. On Ape, so far for the day today, there's about $1 million more outflow than inflow. 4.5 million shares traded so far for the day today after 284 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 6.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within 1 to 20 million shares. Target that I suggested in the pre-market, on a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 51.95, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.48, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 52.65, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a divergence of the vortex indicator currently occurring with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 53.75, which is slightly above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Let me see if I'm going to probably take just a second to call my broker here real quick, find out WTF, kind of give him a little piece of my mind as to, the fact that I can't access my account. Let me just verify real quick that I can access my account online through my app on my phone, because at the very least, I want to know that I can get into my account one way or the other, whether it be through the computer or not. Okay, even my app is taking a hot minute to get in, but it finally did log in. But it was slow as heck. So I'm gonna call them up, complain. I'll be right back. Just give me just a few minutes here. I want to file a complaint with them, and it's important to file these kind of complaints, guys. They have to put this stuff on record, and if it's not on record, then they don't see it as a problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and file this complaint real quick. I'll be right back. That's not true, NC Proud Dad. I'll let you listen to the conversation, but you only hear one side of it. Let's see. I'm on hold right now. They're actually checking into it for me. Just say you never took a screenshot. I don't think that works, Tim. So I just explained to the service rep that uh, I've tried both sending the codes to two different phone numbers, and neither worked. And then I explained to him that I also tried to log on through my phone, and it was able to log on through my phone just fine. So he's reaching out to another department, and it's got me on hold while he's doing that. Yeah, no cavities, but Donkey Kong, I'm all good, man. Casey, turn off your caps lock. They're not sending me the code. There is no caps lock to type anything in when I can't even get a code in the first place. Nice try, though. I'm just sitting here waiting for the representative to come back on and tell me what they found out. I'm not doing that NC Proud Dad. I'll tell you what though, inside joke between you and me. If he says something shocking, I'll go no. You guys aren't going to be able to hear what he's saying, by the way. Unfortunately, I don't have a. Oh, switch songs. Unfortunately, I don't have a. I have a head earbud in right now, so you guys won't be able to hear what he's saying. You're only going to hear my side. Yes, sir. Whoa, that's unacceptable. So, wait, hold on. I gotta stop you for a second. So the only way that I can get in my account is to do a voice verification. And if I've never set up voice verification on the computer before, how is that going to work? Can we just turn off two-factor authentication then until then? So he told me that I wouldn't be able to log into my account for 2 days, which I can log into my account just fine through my phone. That's not a problem, but not being able to access it through my computer is unacceptable. And he said I'm not the only one with the problem. Apparently, they're having more. There's lots of other people that are having problems as well. Well, Danny, I still have access to my account through my phone. I can't pull up things like options or easily through my computer to be able to show you guys stuff, which is not cool. Three-factor authentication is the way to go. This is fidelity. If this is going to be a problem, I'll just have them take it off. I'm not going to keep it on there. I don't. I'd rather have access to my account than not have access. I'm not asking him if he's heard of Melvin Capital. And see, Proud Dad says, tell him you're gonna transfer to Robinhood if they don't fix it. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. He's telling me also that I could do a VIP access where they give me like a special access through a different two-factor authentication method in the meantime, but I'm not down with that. I'm ready to I'll just take it off. I'd rather have it off than not be able to use like a third party. Not doing that. Well, I still had access to my account SC formula. And I wouldn't suggest getting rid of two-factor authentication just because you couldn't get in one time. Like I still had access to my account. It's just that I don't have access through my computer. And that for me that's unacceptable because I got to show you guys stuff and I want to be able to look up data. So um, it's to me this is a minor problem because I still have access through my phone. Yeah, if it was during MOASS, Nana, I would just pick up my phone and just start trades through my phone. It's not a big deal. Plus, I also have a iPad right here next to me that I have on backup at all times. So if I have to make multiple trades, that iPad works really almost as a secondary computer, and it will log in just as good as my phone logs in. So I've got all my bases covered. I made sure I've got lots of multiple options here. Yes, sir. All right, let me check. Since I've got you on the phone here, it says text me. My options are to text me, call me, or select this link if you cannot receive the code. Which gives me to if I click on that, it gives me a phone number to call, 1-800-343-3548. I do see a call me. Okay, do you want me? Obviously, it's not going to work with you on the phone with me, but I could try the call me, and then I can call back and go ahead. Okay, okay. That'll have to do then for now. All right, great. Thank you. Have a nice day. Sorry, guys. I'm too formal to do these nuts kind of jokes. I can't do it. I just can't do it when I'm doing work stuff. I don't roll like that. But so here's the deal. He's saying lots and lots of people are having this problem right now. They do have a secondary option in here under the options to text the code to you. They also have a call me option, and so I'm going to try that right now and see what happens with that. So I'm going to try this as a secondary. He says that's their workaround right now. He said that it may not necessarily take 2 days. They may have this fixed within a day. Let me see here. So we're calling your phone. Here comes the phone. And that worked. So no problems there whatsoever. That worked perfectly fine. It just simply called me and told me the number instead of printing one out for me to, or sending me a text and sending it to me that way. That worked just as well. I've never had to do that before. That's actually the first time I've ever had to do that. So it's a good thing I know. Now I know that there's a multiple ways to get this. But I've never had to deal with it, so I'm glad I got that out of the way. I know there's multiple ways now that I can get that number sent to me besides just a text. I can also get it through that voice. Let me go ahead and pull up the options since we never had a chance to look at those. But I mean it's a little late. But hold on one second here. We might as well look at them. Taking you guys back over the other page. All right, let me update the options. Just for historical reasons. Got to document this. Let's see here. Highest amount of call volume. By the way, they did buy more calls and puts at a $13 strike today, about 1,000 more contracts. Highest amount of call volume for calls for the day today is at a $5 strike. Earlier this morning it was 2.4 thousand contracts. It's 12.7 thousand contracts now. That was at 9 o'clock versus now this morning. 9 o'clock my time in the morning, which would have been 10 o'clock Eastern. On puts, highest amount of puts, they're buying in the money puts right now at a $6 strike. There is currently 15.2 thousand contracts at $6. That's up from $5. The market's suggesting on the put side that there's going to be a price close somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day. This is very unusual when you see it with more volume on the high end of basically in the money puts that are being purchased. But we've got 15.2 thousand contracts at a $6 strike. Orders by Fidelity customers, just checking real quick to see if AMC, Ape, or GME are on this list, and they are not. Well, we learned something new today. It's always good to learn something new there. Let me close up my phone, put my earpiece away. Do we need to call a broker for settlement? You shouldn't have to. Not that I'm aware of. All right. Where are we at here? I wanted to play the final portion of yesterday's or 2 days ago rather, Jim Barr's testimony, or I guess it should be the hearing entitled "Oversight of Prudential Regulators." I kind of want to finish that out here. I mean, it says that it's got like another additional 20 minutes, and I need about 15 minutes to write up the questions for the movie trivia for the day today, anyways. So it'll be a good time to finish this up, and then we can wrap up the day with a toast, doing the numbers one more time, and movie trivia. Let's do it. Let me make sure I get the sound up here for you guys. 5:08:36.
The gentleman yields back. I
knew
now recognize myself
right,
for
cool.
5 minutes. Thank you again, gentlemen. Mr. Barr, may I ask you, do you feel the San Francisco Fed did a good job related to SVB?
The report that we released suggests that both the board in Washington and the San Francisco Fed did not hold up the bank with enough pressure, did not force the bank to act with enough pressure to act quickly enough.
Okay. Did anyone at the bank or at the Fed, or you hear sometimes that there's a lot of blame to be put on S2155. Do you think S2155 is to blame? And at the same time, isn't it true that when there's red flags are waving like they were from SVB, that the Fed has discretion to investigate further regardless of S2155?
The 2018 law does give the Federal Reserve significant discretion to implement the law, and in the case of the 2019 tailoring rules that resulted, it did, the report found, inhibit the Federal Reserve's ability to take action in a prompt enough way, and that's why we're looking at changing those rules, but we can do that within our existing authority.
Well, you just said two things, but the fact is that the Fed had discretion when you see significant problems taking place, regardless of S2155.
Yes, I agree with that, and the report finds as much.
And Mr. Barr, you also stated earlier how important it is to have a full range of banks: community, regional, super regional, mega. Mr. Grunberg, do you agree with that?
I do, Congressman.
Okay. We're hearing things such as, even from some large banks, that, and I quote, "The problem with regional banks is that regulators think we're too big to fail, but too small to succeed." What do you say about that statement, Mr. Grunberg?
Well, as a general matter, the regional bank sector in the United States is highly competitive and has done quite well and really fills a very important niche in the financial market. We've had issues with these institutions which are very serious, but as a general proposition, I think the regional banks are a source of strength for our banking system as a whole.
Do you feel the FDIC is doing much or doing anything to give regional banks equal treatment to the mega banks?
Yes, and if anything, I think the prudential requirements that apply to the so-called GSIBs, the largest institutions, on balance, are a bit more stringent than on the regional institutions.
Okay. Hey, regarding the special assessment proposed plan, I was reviewing it, and I got a couple of questions. Let's, we understand that under $5 billion bank deposits are exempt. Okay, that's very good. Community banks really appreciate that. So let's say there's a regional bank, and I'm just being hypothetical here, that has $205 billion in to make the math easy, 205 billion in deposits. The new fee on top of the current fees is 12.5 basis points, or 0.125. So basically, that bank of 205 billion in deposits is looking at now a quarterly payment on 0.125% of $200 billion, which is $240 million. So the same bank, again hypothetical, usually makes about 10%. So their net income is about $2.5 billion. So this assessment, this new assessment, is nearly 10% of the net income of that hypothetical regional bank I just outlined. So they're paying for SVB's malfeasance, First Republic's terrible mismanagement, Signature, whatever occurred there. That's a significant hit, nearly 10% of their annual net income.
And I'd have to go through the arithmetic of your example. I can tell you as a general proposition, we estimate that the special assessment will have a 1/4 impact on earnings of the affected institutions on average of 17.5%. And then the payment would be stretched out over an 8-quarter period so that the liquidity impact.
Well, I got a question there. Number one, did you get any feedback from the regionals as to something like, could they handle this? Secondly, why not an extended period of time as opposed to 4 quarters? And then thirdly, why not a graduated or progressive fee? Might be more fair.
So one, this actually is a proposal, and we put it out for public comment. So there'll be an opportunity for all banks to comment on the proposal, and we'll get their feedback, and that'll be important. And then the payment is stretched out actually over 8 quarters, over a 2-year period.
2-year, okay. Well, my time has expired. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Hutchin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Barr, companies across the country, including in southern Indiana, have been dealing with the inflationary effects of rampant spending. When combined with supply chain issues and the lingering after effects of the pandemic, businesses are currently navigating what is already a fragile economy. Given these realities, do you believe that increasing borrowing costs through higher capital requirements for regional banks is a good thing?
Thank you very much for the question. We're talking about changes to our capital rules that would take many years to be fully effective. So we're not looking to change capital rules tomorrow. We're talking about issuing a proposal, a notice for comment that would then lead to a final rule and a phase-in and implementation period. In general, strong capital requirements for banks leads to more lending throughout the cycle, not less.
Have you taken feedback or engaged with small business stakeholders in determining the impact on jobs and economic growth your holistic review of capital will have?
Any rule that we propose would, of course, be a proposal, and then we would get feedback from the public, including if small business community wanted to provide comment on that rule, we'd be able to receive that comment and respond appropriately to it.
Vice Chairman Barr, there are privately insured credit unions in communities across the country, including in Indiana. While these financial institutions play an important role in their communities, they do not have access to the Fed's Bank Term Funding Program if they face an unexpected demand for deposit withdrawals. All financial institutions are susceptible to liquidity issues, but not all financial institutions are able to access this liquidity. Mr. Barr, as my colleague asked you earlier, was there a reason why these institutions were left out of consideration for the Fed's BTFP?
At the time of the announcement, we were quite focused on federally insured institutions and the stresses that they were under. We're not currently contemplating changing that facility at this time.
Why? So my next question was, do you have plans to open access to BTFP to privately insured credit unions? It sounds like you don't have plans to do that. Why not?
Changing the facility would require a determination, new determination, and we haven't seen evidence with respect to privately insured credit unions that would justify this kind of movement at this time.
Is it something you'd consider if they face the same types of liquidity issues we've seen?
I don't really want to get into hypotheticals about what the facts and circumstances might be.
Chairman Gruenberg, last week the FDIC issued a proposed rule on the special assessment that was made necessary by the systemic risk exception for SVB and Signature Bank's failures. Would you provide insight on how the FDIC board determined the parameters for this proposed special assessment to replenish the deposit insurance fund?
Yes, Congresswoman, thanks for the question. The proposal was really developed by we have a division of insurance at the FDIC who are responsible for managing the deposit insurance fund. And they developed the proposal, I think, with a couple of things in mind. You know, under the statute, we're required to impose a special assessment to make up for the cost of the deposit insurance fund of the systemic risk exception. And we have authority to target the special assessment on those institutions that benefited the most from the systemic risk exception. The systemic risk exception was targeted on uninsured deposits. So I think, so in crafting the special assessment, that was really the baseline. The institutions that had the most uninsured deposits would pay the most, although built into that was an exception for the first $5 billion of uninsured deposits, because it was pretty clear that community banks were really not part of the issue here. And as a general matter, they have a lower concentration of uninsured deposits. So that was really the framework that was then proposed to the board, and that we acted.
Thank you. I was certainly glad to see that smaller community banks, which had nothing to do with SVB or Signature Bank's failures, were not on the hook for the failures of management or supervisors. Thank you for that. I encourage that to continue in that regard. Quickly going back to Mr. Barr, on this issue of privately insured credit unions, why are they being held to a different standard or provided with less opportunity than other institutions?
As I said, at the time, the stress in the banking system that we were faced with was focused in federally insured depositories.
But why, how are they different? My time's expired.
Congresswoman, if I could just for 1 second. The Central Liquidity Facility at the NCOA is another option. Privately insured credit unions are eligible at that facility, although I recognize the Bank Term Funding Program has a better underwriting system simply because the collateral is pledged at par as opposed to discounted for unrealized losses.
Thank you. I would encourage you to allow the privately insured credit unions to participate. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, I want to thank the panel for being here for a long day. I would encourage each of you, if you would, please respond to members' questions for the record in a timely fashion. Mr. Barr, we're still waiting for your responses from the last hearing. And as we know from college work, as you remember from I mentioned this on the phone call yesterday, with college work, work begets more work, and if you get behind, it's tough to catch up. I want you to catch up. But we commend to you all the responsiveness to our members, and I want to thank all of you. And without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair. The question.
Dang, you just straight up pulled like the get back to work, do your job. Wow, that was kind of crazy. All right, well, just about a minute left here. I mean, I don't know if we really need to hear the rest of this, but let's finish it out. Maybe he'll throw one more little jab in there at the end.
Questions will be forwarded to them for response, and I would ask our witnesses to respond no later than June 16th. I want to thank the panel for your testimony. The committee is adjourned.
So supposedly they were doing some more testifying today. And I have a link to that. I think, no, I don't, but maybe I can pull it up and watch it with you guys tomorrow. But we also have the Fed Chair, Powell, and Ben Bernanke, former Fed Chairman, Ben Bernanke. I think it's Ben. I forgot to look it up. Pretty sure it's Ben. But I got a few other numbers to read off here to you guys. Initial jobless claims. We had 264,000. I guess it would have been, I think these are weekly, if I'm not mistaken. 264,000 last week, and then this week it's 242. They expected 255, so it's actually less than what they were anticipating. Other numbers that were released were existing home sales. 4.43 million went down to 4.28. They were expecting 4.26, so it wasn't nearly as bad as they were expecting. And then U.S. leading economic indicators. Let's see, it was negative 0.12. I guess it was a month ago. They were expecting negative 0.6 and got negative 0.6. Let me click on one of the. Well, actually, I want to kind of read these real quick here. Hold on a second. U.S. jobless claims fell sharply. And we know that the feds want there to be, well, they don't want there to be more jobless claims if they knew that would be a side effect of fixing inflation. The number of Americans who applied for unemployment benefits in mid-May sank to 242,000, aided by efforts in Massachusetts to counter a recent spike in fraudulent claims. New jobless claims declined from 264,000 in the prior week, the Labor Department said Thursday. The figures are seasonally adjusted. The numbers of people applying for unemployment benefits is one of the best barometers of whether the economy is getting better or worse. New jobless claims have risen from fewer than 200,000 in January, in a sign that the labor market is cooling. The problems in Massachusetts don't alter the underlying trend. Key details: 35 of the 53 U.S. states and territories that report jobless claims showed a decrease in the week ending May 15th. 18 posted an increase. The biggest drop took place in Massachusetts. New filings in the state sank by 14,000 to 20,000 based on actual or unadjusted data. Just 1 week earlier, a spike in Massachusetts filings pushed the U.S. jobless claims to high level since late 2021. New unemployment applications in the state still appear to be unusually high, however. Massachusetts reported that the second highest number of new claims after California, another state that has suffered from excessive fraud. New claims in Massachusetts earlier surpassed Texas and New York, two states with a much higher number of workers. By contrast, Massachusetts is 13th among the states in total number of employees. The number of people collecting unemployment benefits in the U.S., meanwhile, dipped by 8,000 to 1.8 million in the week ending May 6th. The gradual increase in the so-called continuing claims over the past year suggests it takes longer for people who lose their jobs to find new ones. Let's see here. Let's try and look and see what... I just wanted to see one more here. The existing home sales. Let's see here. What are the numbers showing? The U.S. leading economic index fell 0.6% in April and declined for the 13th month in a row, pointing once again to a potential recession later in the year. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had forecasted a 0.6% drop. Am I on the right one? Hold on a second here. This is not the one I wanted to see. This is not the one I wanted to see. Hold on one second. I think I clicked on the wrong one. Huh. What do they do? Mix these together? Strange. It's not taking me to what I want. It's not showing me existing home sales. All right, well, I guess I won't read that one. All right, well, we have Powell and Bernanke speaking tomorrow. We'll take a gander at them. That's going to be at 11 o'clock Eastern. So far, a whopping 7% of you have received your notifications on the postcard for the settlement. Ape is down 0.62% at 1.603, and AMC is up 0.2 at $5.11. I had us up for a close at 521 and a 160 close on Ape, so we're really close on Ape right now. AMC is about 10 cents behind from what I was expecting. Although we do sometimes get that last push at the end of the day in the power hour, which is coming up in an hour or so. So I don't know. I don't know if we'll see it or not, but it'd be nice to see that 521 close. NC Proud Dad says, didn't it barcode like this right before the last time it lifted off in July? Man, that's almost a year ago. It's so hard for me to remember that far back. But I will say that we looked at the Bollinger Bands earlier, and they are tighter than they've been on the daily time interval than they've ever been before since the June run-up, just prior to the June run-up. So they're definitely getting tight here. Hold on a second. Okay. We got about 2 more minutes here, guys. We'll take a look at the numbers one last time. Actually, I'm going to use this 2 minutes to go mix up a drink real quick here, even though I already had a big old tall Batman. Might as well get schlockered up here. If that's a word. I think I just made a word up. So I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes, and I'll come back. We'll do a toast and get into the numbers. Okay, I'm back. Let's do this. Preacher says, loving the natural supply and demand on Ape. It's riveting, right? Just absolutely riveting. Jared says, obviously, Casey Shaw is obviously not afraid of getting a YUI YouTubing under the influence. Is that a thing? Can you get in trouble for that? What's a Batman? Oh, Danny. You must not have. Do you guys not have pluggers in Florida? Hold on a second here. I gotta see. It is. You got a Plucker Wings bar in Florida. You need to go. Oh wait, 0 locations in Florida. Never mind. Just kidding. Don't go. Here's what it is. I'll read it off to you. Because I actually don't know. It's a mason jar drink. I usually buy the big one. This says Sweet and sour. It says 2.5. I'm not sure if that's ounces or what it is. Sweet and sour, Sprite, blue Cacaro, light rum, well gin, Tito's, grenadine, and garnished with a lemon wedge. I don't know if this is correct or not, but that's what it says on this website here. And it's just this. It's a purple drink that's got. It's kind of funny because it sneaks up on you, which I guess is maybe why they called it the Batman. I'm not sure, but it sneaks up on you. Roadhouse, I can definitely put those suggestions in to the back of the Big Tramp. Give me a second. Danny, a Batman is what I drank at Pluckers. That's how I don't know. I don't mix it. They mix it. Let's see here. I'm trying to think what I'm going to toast to. Schnockered. Hopefully to me not having a hangover later after having a Batman today and now like another 3 shots of something else here. So this is I'm drinking the usual here, a Adventurous Ape, 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of Kahlua. So to me not feeling trashed later on. Cheers. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Oh man. Woo. When you drink a little bit and then you wait like 2 hours and then you drink some more, it always hits you harder. This is definitely hitting hard here, and it's also because this drink is a little spicy compared to that Batman. The Batman is like completely it's like drinking like a purple Gatorade, and then by the time you get home, it's like holy crap, what happened? I just got beat by Batman. Yeah, it's not that bad, Danny. It actually doesn't even usually kick in for me until I get home. Christian says, Casey, what time do you usually go to sleep? Because you're always awake, bright up and early. So I normally go to bed about 11:30 my time, but I never manage to get in bed, to sleep by the time I want to. So I'd figure like 12 at the earliest. So midnight, I wake up at around 5:30 in the morning. 5.5 hours sleep is good for me. And then sometimes, not always, but I do like to try and take a nap after I get done with the live stream, maybe like an hour or so. Jared says I looked at. No, that doesn't sound right at all. Vanilla vodka, root beer. No, that's not a Batman. There's no way. Let's take a look at these numbers. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let me move a couple of screens around. I'm not giving you guys a 2-factor authentication because I just I didn't have to relog back in, thank goodness. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now, we're at 52.8% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.49. The combined total 63.29%. It's about 2.71% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 0.22, which is kind of low compared to the 30-day average of 3.17. On Ape, Off exchange is 52.58. EDGX is 5.64. The combined total on that's 58.22%, 7.78% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume 0. GME CHX volume for the day is at 0.3% with a 30-day average of 0.21. But it's only like 4,800 shares, so it's really not all that much, and it's due to the fact that GME has such low volume for the day today. Taking a look at Ortex. By the end of the day today, there was an hour ago, there was 1.26 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.21. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 24.99%. Cost of borrow mins at 55.4. Average is 107.62, and max is at 134.71. Shares on loan increased by 360,000 shares. Ortex estimated that 103,000 shares of that was in new short interest. And we've got shares on loan at 168.8 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 3.24 million shares having been returned for the day. That has not changed. Only one borrow for the day today for 83,000 shares at a 7.94% rate, leaving our short share interest of the free float of 5.59%. Shares on loan increased day over day by 220,000 shares to 23.07 million shares on loan. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 12.7 thousand contracts. There's now 13,000. I'll just call it 13.1 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. There was 15.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 15.3. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5 and 6 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is $6.70. I was projecting $6.81, so we're about 11 cents below that value. We are getting a little bit of a rejection off this descending level of resistance. Whether or not we're going to get that breakout at the very end of the day there, like the last 30 minutes of the day, we'll find out here. But to break out of this box here, or this really long 13 or 14-day wedge, we're going to have to move up above 671, which is pretty much where we're at right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME have had low volume, so do not expect to see them on this list, and they are not. SSR trips at $4.59. Ape at 1.449. Shares available to borrow is 0. Looks like no new shares borrowed or returned in the last hour. So far for the day today, we see on Stonko Tracker we saw about 1 million shares borrowed. Fees were last seen at 69.2% for a rate. NASDAQ is up 1.01. Dow Jones is down 0.12, and the SP 500 is up 0.46. We have 3,231 decliners to 3,096 advancers. The market is just barely more declining than advancing. So the market's definitely doing better in the last portion of the day today. Some of the big bank movers for the day today, we've got PacWest up 5.4%. Zion is up 3.29. And that might be the end of them. Yep, this is the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 3.34%. US dollar is up 0.68 at 103.57. Oil is up 1.36. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.45 to 0.49, and the SPY is up 0.5. VIX is down 3.02, maybe? Let me check it and see. Yep. VBR is up 0.48. VB is up 0.37. Tesla is up 0.9. Amazon is up 1.37. Cinemark is down 0.79. Doge is down 4.2. Bitcoin is down 2.83 at 26.6K a coin. GME is up 0.92. HYMC is down 3.87. NCMI is up 16.91%. HOOD is up 0.59. Ape is down 0.31 and AMC is down 0.29. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day remains to be just about 700,000 shares. More outflow than inflow. 8.85 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 341 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 10.12 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 42.62, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 50.67, which is below average, or average rather. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 51.28, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.6, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, 900,000. Yeah, it's basically $1 million. $1 million more outflow than inflow for the day-to-day on Ape. 4.74 million shares traded so far after 342 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 5.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Let's see here what we got going on. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.95, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.26, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, I think. Yeah, with RSI at 53.19, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. Nothing going on there. RSI is at 46.53, which is slightly below average. Oh boy. This market's so funny. You funny little guy. I can see what it is you guys are saying now. Let's see here. You know, I never understood the whole drink that's called Sex on the Beach. That's like that's not a good thing. I'm just saying, I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's very dangerous. Super, super dangerous. Just saying. I don't know if somebody said, "Hey, do you want to drink a Sex on the Beach?" I'd be like, sounds kind of rough. I don't know. Sounds raw. What kind of raw ingredients are going into it? Eggs? No, I'll pass. I don't want any. I don't want anything in. I'll pass on it. Mm-hmm. Almost probably as bad, Danny. Depends on where you're at. You see, salt's not exactly a very forgiving element. You lost the hotel keys to your room? What? That's crazy. James says, what? You don't like to make love to sandpaper? Nope. Nope. Not at all. Let's just say this, James. It's something you'll never forget. James, you know what I'm talking about. You live in Arizona. You got sand dunes all over the place out there. It doesn't, you don't even have to go to the beach. Sail naked, much less chafing. Hmm. I mean, you try things, right? You figure out what works, what doesn't work in life, and then you never do them again. Wait, Preacher. Is Preacher in here? Preacher, hit me up, dude. He's in here. Preacher, hit me up, man. I need to know something. I sent you a friend request on Battlefield and never got a return response. So I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like you never accepted it. So I don't know what's up because it says that it doesn't show you ever. Either it doesn't show you online ever, or it didn't go through or something. I'm not sure what, but I know I got the right account though because I sent it. You accepted it? Okay, well then I guess maybe you're just never on then. Okay, that's cool. Come on, 521. Let's go. 521. Push. Yeah, I know. I just saw a notification pop up on my phone saying you were playing or streaming right now on your Discord. So that's what made me think of it when I saw that pop up on there. I was like, oh, I gotta ask you about. I guess it just never shows you as online, so I don't know. I know it's impressive, right, Danny? I think it's Cold Steel. I've had that Cold Steel gaming tag so long through so many different gaming platforms that I'm literally that guy that nobody else can get Cold Steel because he got it first before everybody else did, and so like I don't have to have like any underscore or anything. Well, I actually do have. I have an underscore BOP on it, but there's some places where it's just straight up Cold Steel, and there's no underscore underneath it, and so I'm sure a lot of people are like, "Damn it, why did somebody pick my name? That was what I wanted." I used to go by my gaming tag used to be Blue Torch, partially because blue flames are funny as hell, and the other part of it was is I used to have um, a GI Joe character that I would really was one of my favorite GI Joe characters named Blowtorch, and so I thought it'd be more fun to call it Blue Torch. But then I got into this like naming convention somewhere along the way with gaming tags and thought, oh, it's always good. It's cool to put like some kind of like adjective in the front of something else in the back of it. So that's where the Cold Steel came from. Then later on down the road, somebody's like, that's a knife, right? And I was like, no, I had no idea. So now I do. All right, cool. Danny says if I ever get another gamer name, I'm going with something that has cockles in it. I bet you will. I bet you. I bet you go for a lot of things that got cockles. Oh man, my gamer tag is. Oh, okay. What? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you were on the. I'll add you. Drunner003. That should be easy to remember. I'm just gonna write the number down part because I'll probably forget that part. Uh, are you playing on a PS5 or PS4? Maybe we can get a group of us that are playing some PS PlayStation games. That'd be kind of fun. Food Dog, I actually was in a clan that had the guy that was running the clan. His name was Colonel Blackhawk, and yeah, that was way back in the day. NC Proud Dad says, PS5, who has that? I'm still on 2. Hey, that's cool. We can still, I think we could probably still play though, Danny. Colonel Hotcotch. Disney just scrapped plans to expand in Florida. Maybe Amy can fill the gap. Pro Jeweler says you need to create a group using the heroes' names we created. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I think. Did I add Arthur? I can't remember if Arthur was on PlayStation or if he was on Xbox. Man, I'm really surprised, guys, by the poll right now. 84% of you have said no. Only 6% has said yes to receiving the card. Nobody outside North America, even though I had Jay say yes to that earlier. Nobody said yes to outside of North America as far as receiving a postcard for the settlement yet. That's some surprisingly. I feel like those are surprisingly bad numbers. It's for the settlement to let you know that there is one, and to let you know that you can object, or or to just go read it essentially. Some cowboy game he says is awesome. Like, is it called Red Dead Redemption 2? Because if that's what it is awesome. When you've got a game where they even program in horse testicles and have them climate manipulated, you know they've thought of everything. It is a great game, by the way. It's not just the horse testicles. It's legitimately it's horse icicles. It's really a decent game. Very, very good. So much to do. It's like Grand Theft Auto, but back in the, you know, cowboy days. Old West. Where you can like rob trains, that kind of good stuff. Preacher says I have 2 to 3,000 hours in Red Dead Redemption 2 online. If you guys want to get into it, I'll jump back. I was just telling my wife last night, because I just heard last night, Preacher, that within this next year, they're going to be releasing Grand Theft Auto 6, I think it is. I think, and whatever the next Grand Theft Auto number is. And I was like, about time. And then I was telling her, I was like, I've been waiting for the next Grand Theft Auto for the PS5 for a while now. And then I sat there for a minute and I was thinking about it. I was like, I guess really Red Dead Redemption 2 really kind of is Grand Theft Auto. It's just, different time era. So, not a whole lot today, Maggie. because we got Ape up 0.45% at 161 and AMC up 0.01% at 510. Nope, I have not gotten my postcard yet, although my wife did say we did not get yesterday's mail yet. We got about 4 more minutes here, guys, and we'll do movie trivia. Today is Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. And I feel like normally I like to do like a last question that's like I don't know, maybe something a little more popular or memorable from a movie. And I feel like I'm doing like a major disservice to such a funny movie by picking what I did. I'm gonna chalk it up to the alcohol. I wasn't feeling inspired enough, I guess. No, it's not sharks with laser beams. This is what I'm saying. There's like so many different things. I mean, there's so many great things you could choose from Austin Powers. It really, I mean, there's so much comedic humor that you can pick from, and so I feel lacking in my choice. But I tried to keep it a little bit obscure. But yet something still kind of funny. That's a man, baby. Yeah, nope, didn't use that. 228. I mean, we got 2 more minutes left here, guys. So go ahead and get ready to hit live. Whose movie was this? Who picked this? It was. Yucca. That's a good choice, Yucca. I'm impressed. I think it's kind of funny that censored content has not had a single movie. He was one of our representatives for picking 5 movies, and he has not had a single movie yet picked from his list. You guys are like, it's almost as if you guys, maybe you guys just don't know. I mean, he is our movie champion, and yet none of you guys have picked any of the movies that he picked. And I'll just name them off here. Well, maybe I shouldn't do that because maybe that's why they're not getting picked. They're good movies. At least some of the ones that I've seen are good movies. 3 out of the 5. I don't think I've seen the other 2. All right. It's time for movie trivia. Somebody say ready. So I know you guys are ready to go. I guess so. Thorblade says, I just want to know what's up with the spy. Who shagged me? Spy is up 0.64% and still taking a little bit of a run here. I think this is day number 2 of running. If you want to go back, Thorbladed, and check out what I said earlier today about it, I think that'll probably help you out. Here we go. First question. I think you guys can massacre me or murder me, whatever, I don't know, for getting this wrong, but wasn't it Ivana Humpalot? Wasn't it Ivana Humpalot? What did Ivana Humpalot say they do in Russia to keep warm? What do they do? It's always innuendos, ABC. It's always innuendos. It's never straight in your face. I'm so sad. It's always innuendos. All y'all are wrong so far. Chess by Aaron Waddle is correct. They play chess. Chess, get it? They play chess. Oh my gosh, you guys, come on. Come on. It's killing me. Aaron, got you down for a point. Y'all are lucky. Censored content's not here. Whoop your butts. What was Austin's time machine? What was his time machine? What vehicle was it? I think this is appropriate to a squeeze. It's a little hint there. Yeah, it was a car. Good one. What kind? What kind of car? No, wasn't a Jaguar. Yes, Volkswagen. Volkswagen Beetle. I will give it to Pirate Born. It was a Volkswagen Beetle. Pirate. Next one. So weird. How long does Dr. Evil say he's been a freaking evil doctor? A frickin'. How long has he been a frickin' evil doctor? Ooh, some close numbers there. Close, but not close enough. 30 years by NC Proud Dad is correct. What did Austin lose? What did he lose? Mojo by Censored Content. There he is. There's the man. What did Fast... What did Fast... What did Fat Bastard leave for Austin in the Paddington Station restroom? Horse. Poop by Brandon is correct. I would have accepted a floater. Brandon got the correct answer. It was a floater. Okay. Next one. What is the name of Dr. Evil's cat? Bigglesworth by Danny is correct. Let me scroll up here a little bit because I got Tendies Plus Plus complaining over here. Hold on a second. Tendies Plus Plus says, I said turd. And Tendies Plus Plus, you did say turd. Arthur Martin, Foo Dog, both said turd or crap before you. Tom D said a deuce before you. Wait, hold on a second here. But Brandon S was the winner with a poop, and then right after that was a dookie by Censored Content. You are so far down the list, you totally need to hit live right now. You are so far behind. There are so many people ahead of you. Casey, you're not blocked. Or Casey. Albert, you're not blocked. I'm like, Casey, you're not blocked. Let's see here. Next one. Nope. I got the first person that said Mr. Bigglesworth. It was Danny. Y'all need to hit live if you think you're first. Let's see what we got next here. We've got how much does Fat Bastard weigh? $1 million. He doesn't weigh $1 million. 1 ton by John Hannaford. I will accept that. A metric ton. Okay, next one. What kind of car does Austin drive? Some of you guys got this earlier. What kind of car does Austin drive? And I want the correct way that he pronounces it. Shagwire by John Hannaford is correct. All right, that was easy. Shagwire. On what TV show did Dr. Evil appear, allowing the Air Force to discover he had returned from space? What TV show? Billy said Jerry. It is Jerry Springer. Billy got it first. Billay. Billy. 87. All right, last question, guys. For the first person that puts it in, if you can guess it, I'll give you 2 points without giving you the question. If I give you the question, I feel like I'm going to have to take away a point. Maybe. We'll see. Do I make you Randy? Let me give you a roundabout hint that won't take away a point. It is part of a name. I mean, it's a full name, but it's not the full name. It's just a part of it. All right, I'm going to give the actual question. The actual question is, what is Austin Powers say his middle name is? I'll probably still give you 2 points if you get it. Danger by Pirate Born for 2 points.
Danger Powers personal effects.
Actually, my name is Austin Powers.
It says here name Danger Powers.
No. Danger's my middle name.
Had to prove it. You know, I had to make sure I proved it to you guys. Danger is my middle name. 2 points. Who got that right? It was Pirate Born, right? Pirate Born for 2 points. I think it was Pirate Born. Let me go back up here and make sure. Yeah, it was Pirate Born. All right, let me tally up these points here, guys, and let you know what the who the final winner is for the week. My dad used to have those glasses too. Yeah. And now here I am. he was the spy that shagged my mom. Let's see here. Where's my points at? Okay, here we go. Let's see. Aaron Waddle adding to his points for the week. Congratulations. Pireborn adding to his points for the week, I think. Nope. Pireborn, yeah, adding to his points for the week. Ooh. What just happened right there? Oh, wow. NC Proud Dad adding to his points for the week. Censored Content adding to his points for the week. Billy, congratulations on your first points for the week. Maybe ever. Nah, you've gotten points before. Brandon S, congratulations on your first points for the week. Danny, I thought Danny had points this week. Must have been last week. Congratulations on your first point for the week. John Hannaford, congratulations on your first 2 points for the week. In third place, tied, we have NC Proud Dad and Frank Lehman. In second place, trying so hard and almost getting there, except for the reigning champion came in and stole it from you by getting one question right today. Pirateborn in second place with 11 points. And our reigning champion, Censored Content, with 12 points for the week. Squeaking it out. I don't even know what question he got right, but squeaking it out with 1 point for the day. Whew, that was a close one, guys. It was very, very, very close. You almost had it, Pirateborn. So close. Pirateborn says, I challenge. What are you going to challenge? You lost. What are you gonna? I should have at least 1 point in case he robbed me. 1796 Patriot. I know it probably shows up on your screen as maybe getting a point, but I didn't see it. Andrew Francis, Toys R Us has been coming back for a while. They announced that like so many months ago. It's not even funny. Have you ever heard about Melvin Capital? Let's see here. We got about 15 minutes more before the end of the day. AMC and Ape are closing exactly even for the day today, for a total of 671. That's crazy. It's crazy. $5.21. Damn it. I overguessed. I overguessed by like 10 cents. Come on, man. Give us 10 cents at the end of the day here. Come on, Hedges. You can do it. Give us 10 cents. Actually, Pirateborn, the interesting thing is that the first answer that came through was still Shagwire. I saw your answer come in, and you actually got Jaguar, but it was after somebody had already answered Shagwire. I was actually kind of impressed that somebody got it right without knowing that I was going to say exactly how to say it. But just because I know you probably don't believe me. John Hannaford beat you out. Just barely. I was watching it when it came up on the screen there. He still beat you out one way or the other. Nice try, though. ABC says market is more rigged than Casey's movie trivia. I think some people would argue that. But, rigged is rigged, I guess. Pirateborn says, I'm taking this to the Gaming Commission, the Supreme Court, and the SEC, and the ATF, and I'm telling my mommy. Man, 1796, you're like, I don't even know which one it is you think you got. I don't even remember seeing your name pop up at all. I'm usually watching the names pretty intently. I see you say, I don't know. I can't go back far enough to see. Danny's telling you guys how it is. Do you say that in your high school too, Danny? I double, triple dog dare you. I quadruple dog dare you. Yeah, it's just I didn't see yours first though, Army Bro, unfortunately. Mayday if you like Matrix. Like you said, you did all three of them. You're gonna love Hypnotic. I watched it and it's got some Matrix stuff in it. Mayday? Is that new? Albert says, my psychic told me we can't MOASS until I win trivia. So that means none of y'all are answering any questions next week. Albert's gonna take up all. I mean, hopefully he can win still. Hypnotic with Ben Affleck. I haven't even heard about it. Yeah, how it shows up for you, Army Bro, and how it shows up for everybody else is a little bit different. But I go based off of what pops up on mine first because that's what the live stream. If you go back and you rewatch the live stream later, the order that I get it in on my screen is the same order that it shows up on the live stream later. I'm considered the central hub, so whatever comes into me first and then makes it back out into the stream is the order that it comes through as. So I just take whatever I see first, and I have gotten it wrong on a few occasions before, but I didn't see yours first. Throw them both in the big tramp and see who comes out. The movie trivia winner gets 2 tickets for Wicked on Broadway. But you can't go. You have to send your wife and somebody else. Andrew says hypnotic reviews are terrible, but everyone that I know that saw it really enjoyed it. Hey Arthur, are you Xbox or PlayStation? I am Skynet. I am absolutely Skynet. Maggie's saying, "Where are all the women? Are you not counting yourself?" What's going on? I don't like that. I really don't like that when people like try to make it about a sexist thing here. You've done it before, Maggie, and it's just like it's not a sexist thing. Sammy's over here saying, "I'm asking that question myself." I think the funny thing is, Maggie, is that a lot of people make assumptions on what people's sexes are online. Just because a name doesn't appear to be male or female doesn't necessarily mean that they're not male or female. The interesting thing about it is that you don't know. Sammy Boy could be a girl, even though it says boy. El Gato could be a girl. Nana could be a girl. Danny could be a girl. You don't know who's a girl and who's a guy, right? That's the funny thing about chats online is people could be guys or girls and you just don't know. You should never make assumptions that just because a name says something that it's actually a guy or a girl. So and I really hate it when people like make assumptions like that and they assume that there's just not a certain sex that's being represented when they're looking at a chat box. I wouldn't make those assumptions. A lot of guys get into trouble for doing that kind of thing. Casey could be a yucca. Yeah, I mean, there's legit women out there who use their husbands' accounts to talk, and so I think that's an interesting thing. Like that doesn't, what's wrong with that? They just don't want to use their account or whatever. Who knows? Or maybe they just didn't log out of their husband's account and they're using their account to watch their husband's account to watch the channel. Who knows? Deb says, "I'm here, but I'm not a girl." Yeah, this entire movement with all apes being equal was never about this being about a guy or a girl thing. It was about people who wanted to see a change, and it didn't matter whether you were a guy or a girl or not. Who cares? It doesn't matter because you're all equal. I don't see any of you more or less than the other because of your sex. Army Bro says, "My wife uses my account, which explains the Casey super chats." What? Dennis went good. Doug, no fillings required. No fillings required. I'm happy about that. But I need to start using my water pick. And they didn't tell me that. It's just that I've got one for such a long time that I don't use, and I'm sitting there going like, why in the world don't I use this water pick? I mean, they keep telling me that it's a better thing to use than a toothbrush. Why don't I use the Why do I keep sticking to the toothbrush? And I think it's just because I don't want to go through the pain. And it's funny because I was actually asking a question to my dental technician today, and I was saying, what's is there anything I need to know about using it or tricks or anything like that? She's like, well, at first you're going to splatter the window a bunch in the beginning. And I was like, oh, yep, that's why I didn't start using it. So, exactly, Maggie. That's exactly right. I don't know whether you're male or female. I don't really care. But that's why I don't like it when people come in and be like, where are the girls at? Who cares? We're not here for sex, that's what we're not here for. Who cares? Guys, girls, doesn't matter. Males, females. Sorry, Deb. Doesn't matter. You're absolutely right, Maggie. Yeah, I asked her about that, Doug, by the way. That was one of the questions I asked her. You know what she told me? She said you don't have to wash it out if you're using the antiseptic. And she also recommended peroxide. You can actually get antiseptic mouthwash that has peroxide in it. There's a Colgate brand that she was showing me. And you can use that, and you don't have to clean it out every single time you put it in there. You can just put it in once with the water mixture, whatever 50-50, and you can just leave it as is, and you don't have to clean it out every single time. It is antiseptic, meaning you shouldn't need to clean it unless you're swishing it around with your finger. Then you might have a problem. Ugh, no, he never goes in deep, Yucca. It is just right. Jared says it's that time. It absolutely is that time of the day, guys. And unfortunately, you know what that means. All good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, scoop, GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Here come the woman with a look in her eye. Wrist on leather with flesh on the mind. Words and weapons, sharper than knives, makes you wonder how the other half died. Other half died. Makes you wonder. But here come the man with a look in his eye. He's fed on nothing but full of pride. Look at him go, look at him kick. Makes you wonder how the other half live. Every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Oh. Here come the world, the look in its eye. Future uncertain, but certainly slight. Look at the faces, listen to the bells. It's hard to believe we need a place called hell. Place called hell. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Ooh. Na, 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 na. Comes a woman with a look in her eye. She's raised on leather, flesh on the mind. Words and weapons, sharper than knives, makes you wonder how the other half died. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, the devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Oh. Na, na, na.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and